Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizingly.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak keputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak keputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco?
Healthy.
Taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco?
Healthy.
Taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Sentral Kargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Sentral Kargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Mau dibikin ketawa? Mau dibikin mewek? Mau dibikin ngiri-ngiri sedep? Mau dibikin kaget? Mau dibikin penasaran? Mau dong! Di sini gudangnya informasi yang bikin kalian update gak kelar-kelar setiap hari. Ini baru Trans 7.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. to change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu.
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Sentral Kargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan sebagai komitmen kami memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan sentral kargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Grand Final Day 1 of PUBG Mobile on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Let's give a big applause to our grand finalists. From the first one, please welcome Egypt! This is Brazil! Jordan! The one who beat Spain on World Cup 2022, Morocco! My lovely friend from Southeast Asia, Vietnam. Ahlan wa sahlan, Saudi Arabia. The hometown of Lee Min-ho, Cha Eun-woo, Korea. Another lovely friend from Southeast Asia, Brunei Darussalam. Another strong contender for today, Pakistan. The greatest of all time, Turkey! The place that as beautiful as Bali, Maldives. The beautiful Asia but resembles Europe, Kazakhstan. Another strong contender for today, Iraq. Always goes up, never goes down. Sri Lanka. One of the home of Asian technology, Chinese Taipei. Selanjutnya, tuan rumah dari mata sang Garuda, calon juara dunia Indonesia. Alright guys, still with me, Gerieka on fire stage. Grand final PUBG Mobile on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. let us take to the caster that will lead the game for today. Please welcome our beautiful lady Donna Fiska and our gentleman El Doge.
Thank you, our amazing host, Gary Eka, or Mas Ger. Thank you for such amazing opening, and welcome to the grand final of IESF 14th World Esports Championship 2022, live in this beautiful place, Bali, Indonesia. And with me, your shoutcaster of today, Donna Fiska, and alongside with me, El Doge. Ooh, amazing opening, isn't it?
What a hype, what a hype at the fire stage, because 3 days, this will be a great grand final. The grand finalists and 16 teams will compete in a match. So this will be the start, the kickoff of the action. And we are waiting how well the grand finalists, because you know the top 11, they already played a lot.
Yep.
Alongside all the days from the beginning, but we are not witnessing the grand finalists coming from the champion of the region and also Indonesia, the host
finally.
country,
yeah, that represented by Tim Kuda Terbang, and also with with one of the best coach in Indonesia as well, Coach Nandi. And I'm really interested and excited to just witness how they're gonna play today in this last in the next 3 days for the grand finals it is. And finally, we're gonna see 16 teams fighting each other up and in 5 matches a day. This is the real deal finally. And actually, it is safe to say that we have quite some of expectation among us with the grand finalists, and also with a strong team that coming from the group stage.
Totally. But before we are going to the match, I really want to say thank you so much for you guys, the ladies and gentlemen, who are still watching the grand final, because again, this is the action pack. And do not forget to support your nation, support the best country that you are rooting for, because again, the prize pool is huge, $100,000 US.
Exactly, huge. And only top 3 is gonna take the cut of the prize pool itself, but later we're gonna explain it in more detail. But talking about the spirits, talking about like the support that coming from the supporter itself, I'm really want to see now the hashtag your cheers for your country, for your beloved country, in the comment section down below. For Indonesia, of course, we got Indo Pride, and also all of the other countries as well. We want to see that.
Yep. There will be very big support coming to the players, because right now they need to boost their mentality. It is a new day. It is the real deal, because all the players, all the team really want to show off what they are made of. I mean, like, you are the representative of your country, so the pride is huge, and you want to show again the best of you. And I'm really curious, because for the last 3 days, we are playing only with maximum 13 teams. But the contestation, the aggression is starting from the early stage of the fight or the match. But when it comes to 16, I hope it will be much better. It will be much action-packed, so it will be very enjoyable to be watching.
Yeah, I think so. Especially like with 16 teams playing in the same or in a single match, and also with only 13 teams maximum yesterday that we watched. It is like you mentioned earlier, like it was such an action-packed kind of gameplay. And today, I believe that we're gonna see like a little bit of a clash that is gonna happen, especially in the hot drop spot area, because like we're gonna see the battle between teams that is gonna take or gonna conquer the drop spot itself.
The drop spot, back again, a very important thing to be discussed when it comes to a new day, a new matches. We can say that.
New teams.
And some fun facts. So I discussed for some of the players outside before they're going to the venue. Some of the spot will be contested.
Spicy! It is gonna be so spicy, like Indonesian sambal, I think. But before that, we're gonna refresh your minds a little bit about this tournament format, about all of the information of this tournament in this IESF 14th World Esports Championship 2022. We already run through the group stage, of course, with 19 total teams here, and we finally got our top 11 teams that starting from today is gonna facing the new whole teams, 5 other teams that coming from Kazakhstan, Morocco, Turkey, Brazil, and of course host country Indonesia. And they will play 15 matches total for 3 days, and that means 5 matches in 1 day.
Yep, and the fact is, 3 of the participants coming from the regional winner is actually playing for PMGC. Kazakhstan with Titan, Morocco with 1 million Esports, and Turkey with the grand finalist of PMGC, Fire Flux. So,
oh my God.
this will be a total different game. This will be very interesting. Meanwhile, the point system is still the same, ladies and gentlemen. So, winner chicken dinner is 15, second 12, up until 8 until 12 is 1 point. And I think this is for the first time we will see a lot of teams will get 0 points because according to the points, 13 to the 16th position without any point, and every elimination still with 1 point.
Yeah, finally we got to see the 16th team or the 13th to 16th that will get $100,000 US, but only top 3 is gonna take the cut of the total prize pool itself. The third is gonna take $20,000. The second will get $30,000, and the first is gonna take the half of the cut of the total prize pool, which is $50,000 US, half of the cut.
Oh my God! So for the total prize pool, $100,000 US. If it is called by rupiah, it is more than 1.5 billion or milliard rupiah. So it's a huge number, huge amount of money, and these are the grand finalists coming from the top 11. I can say South Korea, Chinese Taipei, Vietnam, Iraq, Jordan, Maldives, Egypt, Pakistan, Brunei Darussalam, Sri Lanka, Saudi, and that's the from the top 11. And the other 5, Indonesia, Brazil, Turkey, Morocco, and Kazakhstan also joined. So, top 16 or all the 16 teams, like we always saw at a tournament, this will be a total different. This will be a real deal. This will be a good fight. So we are hoping for the best for the top 16 or the grand finalists right now.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I cannot really wait to see what they got. But speaking of Indonesia, because we're Indonesian, ladies and gentlemen, so we need to make this time or take this time to discuss a little bit about the Indonesian team. Right before we jump into the first game, which is gonna be playing in Erangel, Miramar, Sandhawk in the middle of Erangel, and also Miramar. So in terms of Erangel, also Miramar is gonna be repetitive, and also Sandhawk. Classic. One Sandhawk a day is enough.
Sandhawk is like, please put me in. I'm still competitive though. So yeah, you still can play the competitive towards or with me. So yeah, Sandhawk is still there. Even though again, I hate Sandhawk. But it doesn't matter because there are still a lot of Erangel Miramar. And back to the topic though now. What do you want to discuss about Indonesian team?
Indonesian team. Actually, after we witnessing such a strong contender in the group stage yesterday for the last 3 days action for PUBG Mobile itself, how do you think Indonesia is gonna do in this grand final?
Okay, so I think I will start with a prediction first.
Okay,
for me, it's Turkey.
Okay,
we need to give the respect for the grand finals of PMGC.
Turkey.
You as well?
Yeah.
So yeah, when it comes to the topic, so Turkey is our prediction for the first game because Fireflux is like boom, 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 demolish a lot of teams when it comes to PMGC. But back to the topic.
Yeah.
Let's be honest, they are the community team. Maybe it's a pro players. Maybe with
capital M.
Yeah, maybe it's the name of the pro players. Martin is also pro players. Back to PMPL Season 2 if I'm not mistaken. But most of the players are from community. I really love how the opportunity still happens, or it can be achieved by the community. But again, back to the experience. I think the big contenders, like I already mentioned a lot, is still far ahead. But who knows? Nandi is a really good coach.
Yeah,
maybe there will be something different happen from Indonesian team. But I hope not only from Indonesian team, but all the countries, because again, they are the representative of their country, and they need to show their best.
Yeah,
they do not want to play like under the weather, kind of like that. They really want to show their best, especially the first game.
The first game, the most spicy games of
Ooh,
all.
spicy.
Especially like we'll be playing in a Angel, right? In the first game, but talking about like team Indonesia that represented by Kuda Terbang that you mentioned earlier. What is in English Kuda Terbang?
It's a flying horse, man.
Flying horse.
Kuda means horse.
Literal translation in English.
Terbang means fly, so yeah, it's a flying horse.
Flying horse.
But I do not know, is that a unicorn, bicorn, or what is that?
I don't
Pegasus, we do not know, so yeah, still the Kuda Terbang teams.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's good because like Kazakhstan, like Morocco, like Brazil, and also Turkey, they already meant to be together. I mean, like they already on the same team for a long time, so the chemistry is there. But one team I think we need to discuss, Saudi Arabia. Even though all the players are not coming from R8, but two of the players are from Saudi Arabia. So from R8. So I think they will be still a strong contender at the grand final.
Yeah, I think so. But talking about all of the strong contenders, talking about like all of the teams that coming from the group stage itself, or the grand finalists of PMGC, or the finalists itself from PMGC, I think it's kind of like typically like a double-edged kind of knife for them, because like like all of the teams has so much information about that team.
Totally.
Especially like Turkey that really stole the spotlight in the PMGC, right? So Turkey is one of the countries or team that is gonna be watched out by the other teams as well. So the information is like collected a lot.
So I really like that point, Donna. I mean, when it comes to information, maybe the basic one is the drop spot, but when it comes to behavior, rotation, and how strong they are at a close combat, or even mid or long range, it is so important. And the double-edged swords or knife, but I think you miss one point.
What is
it
that?
can be another mindset coming towards the other team. So they know Fireflux or 1 million or another participant of PMGC are strong. They do not want to have any battle at the beginning. Some kind like that still can be happen, right? So we will see, because that's what we are curious about. We are still waiting for the teams. They are still preparing,
warming up.
Warming up. But I guess information for you guys: all the players are using the same smartphone, which is Samsung S22 Ultra. So they are playing at the same condition, same place, and I think the difference between all the players is only one.
What is that?
Pillow.
I
do not know the type. I do not know the brand.
Is it? Oh my God! I really cannot wait until we reach that day that the pillows brand or the pillows type. It means a lot for the players, though. What?
I think that's quite possible, because when it comes to an offline stage, you can't play at your most comfort. When it comes to your gaming house, you can play your best because that's your usual position, right? But when it comes to offline, maybe you need something to maximize your gameplay, and sometimes that thing is pillow. Or maybe bedroll. We don't know.
Pillow is like tend to remind us about this comfort.
About
comfort. Maybe in the gaming house back then, the players is like usually use pillows to play the games, but I think one of the reason or one of the factor why they use pillow is actually to like hang their
to support the elbow.
The elbow, because like if they hang their elbow, it's gonna be like too tiring for their arms as well. And also
we're not joking though.
They're
using the pillow.
It matters actually.
Actually,
it matters, because like if you also like put your elbow in the desk, it's gonna be like too high for you, especially
for a long time.
Especially for a person like me. So the gyro control is not gonna be too great for them, right?
So pillow, let's go. Or maybe before you want to start with a competition, you can go with us first. It still can be. But we want to say thank you so much to our sponsors, because this amazing event can't be happen this well without you guys. So the main sponsor, JHL Group, and also sponsored by JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DAS, Good and Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, Hydro Coco, official telco partner, Telkomsel, official smartphone partners, Samsung Galaxy A series, like you guys already witnessed in front of us.
Yes, internet service provider partner, we have IndiHome, travel management partner, HIN, hotel partner, Episode Hotel, and also our beloved venue right here, right now, Marusaka Hotel, Esports broadcaster partner, Minaski Global, back there, IFEL, ESIT, and also production partner, Lemon ID, media partner, Net TV, Trans 7, Detik.com, Esports ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and also Kami Bijak. And I believe that we have an added sponsors as well, which are Crystalline, Kiranti, and also Tango. So thank you so much for all of your support towards this event.
So yeah, for me, I still can drink Crystalline and eat Tango, but Kiranti is for you, not for me.
Yeah, especially I'm in that time of the
you,
month.
You know lah.
Yeah. Kiranti is
it's good. Yeah. So
important.
and also thank you so much for our government support. So Kemenpora, Kemenparekraf, KONI, NOC Indonesia, and also wonderful Indonesia.
Yes, thank you so much. Without all of your support, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be witnessing the strong contender, the strong countries that playing PUBG Mobile without any PMPL in their country.
Oh,
because
that's good point.
Yeah, right. Because like this is one of the chance for them to really show the world what they got.
And do not forget another sponsor. Antis, you can wash your hand without running water, so it's more compatible for you when you travel around. Then Plaza, Plaza is like the thing when you
5-in-1 kind of product for
5-in-1.
Yeah.
Oh.
5-in-1 kind of product for all of your needs.
For all of your needs.
Actually, yeah. For inhaler.
Inhaler.
For like Indonesia calls it kerokan. You know?
Kerokan.
Kerokan is, I don't know in English. Is there any kerokan in outside of Indonesia? I don't think so.
I don't think so. Yeah.
You can Google it, kerokan actually.
Yeah, and also
the more you know.
And also Sofel. So I think for foreigners who is the first time coming to Indonesia, they need to fight a lot of mosquitoes.
Mosquitoes and also the wind, especially like the by the beach, right?
By the beach, yeah. So you need Plaza and also you need Sofel.
Yeah. There are a good products, important products when it comes to like a tropical country like Indonesia.
I mean, a product like that, you can call it a souvenir also because you can use it in Indonesia and it is good for you when you visiting us and enjoy the wonderful Indonesia. So for ladies and gentlemen, especially for you guys around the Bali area, around Nusa Dua area, do not forget also to visit us at IESF because it is not only about PUBG Mobile, a lot of games, a lot of exhibitions. You can enjoy the beach as well. So really, really amazing event, especially for the closing at the 11th of December 2022. You're awaiting DJ Soda will be there.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's huge.
It's huge performance, right?
Yeah, I like a huge event.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because like the performer is like most of them are big celebrity.
Yeah, world level celebrity we can say. So sorry, Donna. I will see to DJ Soda when she visit the ISF.
Yeah, me as well. So do I.
You as well?
Yeah, so do I. I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna visit her, meet up with her, and also I just knew that yesterday one of the world casters in Dota game.
TI casters.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So a lot of really famous and also big celebrity coming in.
You know what, ladies and gentlemen, Donna is such a big shot when it comes to Indonesia, and this is the first time I see her idolizing someone.
Fangirling.
Yeah. So it's a TI caster. So yeah, we really enjoy. It's like the focus of this event is not only about the competition, but meeting up all the esports person, you can say.
So a lot of game happening here in the IESF World Esports Championship.
That's
Dota,
first.
the highlight is that Mobile Legends, maybe you can meet like one of the most famous players as well.
Totally.
Venus. Yeah, I believe. And then after that, all of the casters, the best casters also, like Mirko, Arashi, and also Momo-chan. And also in the Earth stage, we got Anonym, we got Velajev, and also Ko Lius or Brother Lius. And also in the Ice stage, we got Contra, we
Wawa,
got Wawa,
and
we got
Sleepy Studio.
Sleepy. Yeah, and in the other games as well, and also our amazing hosts that host all of the game titles here, Mas Gary Eka, Darius Drew,
Brenda
Kwan, Clara Mongstar, and all of the amazing hosts. You can meet all of us here.
Yes, so it's not only about the game, but the event. It is really, really enjoy for the esports enthusiasts, we can say, because you can meet a lot of people, eat good food. What do you need after that? Oh, laying down around the beach.
Actually,
and,
I have a secret. What is it?
Place.
Secret place or
Secret spot.
Secret spot.
Yeah.
Secret activities to do after all of the show finished.
Okay.
Because we usually or tend to have a karaoke night.
Okay.
By the beach.
By the beach.
Ooh.
And do not forget, near that place, you can actually take the 360 video.
Yeah, video.
Yeah, so it can be a memory for you when the event done. So yeah, it's really a festival, we can say, for esports enthusiasts. So that way you need to come here. Even if I'm not mistaken, today there is an information for you guys who want to get the tickets for free.
Oh, really?
Yes.
There's a giveaway or?
I think not a simple giveaway. You need to follow some steps, but it is possible. It is possible.
Yeah, you can check all of the social media regarding the 14th World Esports Championship in the IESF or any other platform as well, like in this channel as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, after we discussing a lot of these tournaments and also about this team as well, but talking a little bit about Indonesia, and you already like discussing or talking about Indonesia as well. For me, I'm kind of curious. Is Coach Nani is gonna play?
No.
Because like usually he is playing with more fun.
I already make a confirmed statement.
Okay. Thank you
like,
so much for the confirmation.
I mean, like Coach Nandi already made the confirmation that he is going not to play for the tournament because you know it's only 4 players and the coach is just helping from outside of the game. But again, I hope because. Like team like Kuda Terbang is a special team for me because they are not predicted. Sometimes the surprise can come from this team, and I think it is not only coming from Indonesia, coming from Jordan, we can say, coming from South Korea the last day. Same goes to Maldives, same goes to Pakistan, Sri Lanka. They can show their best when it comes to a pressure situation.
Yeah, because, because speaking of like Coach Nandi, because he is a coach for Team Morph back in Indonesia, right? So, but he is also like one of the subs and tend to like play with the players also, and he plays really well actually.
Yeah.
Actually, yes.
I can tell you one story. So, like I already mentioned a lot when it comes to nighttime, it's actually my PUBG mobile time.
Oh, okay.
So I played a lot when it comes to nighttime because I don't know, players tends to wake late but sleep. Wake late and sleep late, we can say.
Everything late. Everything's late.
So they're playing at the night for the fast tournament or kind of like that. And Coach Nandi is really good on it. He's playing for about if it is a tournament or the fast tournament for about 5 games, he can play for about 3 to 4 games. So yeah, I'm joining it and he's so good. He's not only playing with the pro players, but sometimes they will play with the community too. So yeah. So now you want to say anything to the viewers, maybe?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our beloved friends there. It seems like we need to like sort things out for today and make sure that all of the players is gonna play their best. So before we jump into the first game, the opening game for today, we're gonna have a short break, and after that, we're gonna ensure you the best games that we're gonna watch among all of the teams here. So stay tuned with us in the 14th World Esports Championship Bali 2022.
Don't go anywhere.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade.
berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus, berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus, korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth. And this?
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Mau dibikin ketawa? Mau dibikin mewek? Mau dibikin ngeri-ngeri sedep? Mau dibikin kaget? Mau dibikin penasaran? Mau dong! Di sini gudangnya informasi yang bikin kalian update gak kelar-kelar setiap hari. Ini baru Trans 7.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, Antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis Food Grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, Antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis Food Grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus. Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth. And
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Mau dibikin ketawa? Mau dibikin mewek? Mau dibikin ngeri-ngeri sedep? Mau dibikin kaget? Mau dibikin penasaran? Mau dong! Di sini gudangnya informasi yang bikin kalian update gak kelar-kelar setiap hari. Ini baru Trans 7.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Cilukba. That's in Indonesian means peekaboo. And welcome back everyone in this IESF 14th World Esports Championship 2022. Back again in the caster desk with me, Donaviska, and also El Doge, still in the spirit of an excited, interested to watch the final in this tournament.
Yup, totally, because I think without further ado, can we jump in towards the first game?
You want to jump?
No. They are jumping though. They are jumping from the plane, right? So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, like we already mentioned before, we are having 5 games a day for the grand final. 2 Erangel, 2 Miramar, and 1 Sanok, but it is a repetitive, so Erangel, Miramar, Sanok, Erangel, Miramar. So I think we are giving any advice for you guys to support the nation, support the best team you think that will going to be the champion, because back again, it's about the pride to be the representative of the country.
And I think the players are ready for now. Finally, we got to see some spicy gameplay. Some spicy game is gonna be played for today. For the first game, we're gonna have Erangel back to the OG map where everything can happen in terms of drop spot that we mentioned or discussed early on this day. The drop spot, the other aspect as well, and we're gonna see like a big fight that are gonna happening right now. But usually we only predicting about or regarding the teams that got the winner chicken dinner. But El Doge, now I want you to predict which hot drop spot is gonna be the big battle earlier in the game.
I mean, when it comes to the drop spot, it's still according to the flight path, right? But I don't know. I have intuition.
Yeah.
It will become school or apartment, because I think that's the best way to go towards all the area of Erangel. But I think it will be answered quickly. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to the first game of the day. Welcome to the OG map, Erangel. Enjoy!
Let's go! Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, into the first flight of the day. And we're having our plane, our flight path is gonna part quite equally in this map, in the Erangel itself. But talking about the hot drop spot, you said school and also?
Apartment.
Yeah, apartment school. Okay. For me, is actually maybe, just maybe, it's gonna be like in the Gatka.
Gatka?
I'll go with Gatka.
Okay.
Maybe it's kind of odd.
Okay.
It's kind of odd, but I want to witness all over again the Battle of Gatka, like we saw in the second week of PMGC group stage.
Oh, that will quite interesting. I mean, like, Sri Lanka is joining the fight when it comes to the scrapping area of Gatka, so we'll witness later. But like I mentioned, Donna, going to the school, apartment, Rozok, I think at least there are 4 teams right now according or going to that particular area. Yeah. But one thing that is quite unique, team like Saudi Arabia already adapted quite much, because they are moving their drop spot, going to Yasnaya right now, and I think they did the homework quite well. But the zone, the circle is going to the left, which is the western side of the map. Vietnam will have a lot of advantage right now, because they are going to the hospital if it is the same strategy coming from the play-ins.
Yeah, if it is, and I think they still have the same strategy, but oh boy, this is gonna be like the battle between school, like El Doge mentioned earlier. Not only by Indonesia, but also Indonesia is going to face one of the strongest contender that we saw earlier in the group stage. 1 man down from Jordan, and Indonesia still managed to save the man up. Leo Moore now, even though he low in HP, but he is still alive.
Oh my God, with a VSS for the close combat, but Leo Moore, one of the players from Indonesia, is at the low HP. Gaga, a very strong contender. 2 players from Team Jordan. or making a trap, and it worked pretty well. It's a trade. Right now, 3-on-3 situation, but one player from each group or from each party is quite far ahead. There is no any more backup. Martin confirmed as an elimination. Lemort still waiting, but another player from Jordan also being taken on. But a shot coming from Maybe. What a good shot with the M4. The hip fire is so on point. 2 players down from Jordan right now. 3-on-2 situation.
That was almost for Maybe because he doesn't have any helmet and also vest as well. But now Maybe is going to try his best to clutch all of the players from Jordan. But 1 man down, Leomord. And Indonesia is going to left with 2 men standing now. But Maybe try his best. He don't have any aid kit. He don't have any like healing prom right now. No helmet, no vest. It's gonna be like a battle of skill between the player from Jordan and also Indonesia. But Maybe is down. Only left with Willy Ajaya from Indonesia.
Yep, the last man standing with a big nade throw towards the player from Jordan, and it is connected. So it's only 1v1 situation. Ragnarok, a big man with a good performance coming from the play-ins, is fighting with Will Aja 1v1. The nade's already been thrown by Ragnarok, but it's not connected. Both of the players are not in a well situation, but the second nade, will it connect? Will Aja is moving forward towards the other place, but the revive, I think it is the most important thing need to be done by Jordan. But Will Aja, I don't know, is moving towards the player from Jordan again, so it is still with the possibility of reviving. So I think it will be a 2-on-2 situation after this. It is a very packed movement, and like I already mentioned, school and apartment is a big fight. But he's opening the door. The shot coming from Will Aja, but Indonesia becomes the first team being wiped out. What a strong performance coming from Jordan, an aggressive team when it comes to the play-ins.
Oh my God. Actually, Willy Aja managed to take 1 man down from Jordan. That was a really fast kind of reflect that we saw in Willy Aja. But oh boy, two different angle that Jordan is pressuring towards the Willy Aja, and maybe I think that maybe didn't manage to be revived.
I think so, because it's like 2 more seconds to be revived, but the angle, like you already mentioned, is really good coming from the Jordan.
Yeah.
They took the other place. I mean, one player, which is Ragnarok, again, a very strong contender coming from Jordan. He chose another path, he chose another angle, and he finished the job quite well to finish all the players from Indonesia. But it's still the first game, Jordan left alone with only 2 players. I think they are having a win, but not a big one, because still with only 2 players, and this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Fireflux, one of the strong contender. Also, I think the most favored one, because the track record, they are still or they are already at the grand final of PMGC. So a lot of people expecting much, I guess, from Fireflux or Turkey. So we'll see later. In Morocco, 1 million also at the same boat. They are at the Giorgio pool. So we'll see, because both of the parties, I guess, favorites also from the zone. Yeah. So they are not doing too much movement right now, just maximizing what they need for the late game.
Exactly. But talking about Indonesia, even though they are eliminated too soon, it's good for them. They got 2 elimination points, at least. So yeah, they eliminated with 2 elimination points. And they can try again next time, actually, with Miramar.
Maybe.
But what a bloody school, actually. School become the first fight, because the first hotspot that being fights for, and also between like 2 of the strong contender as well, actually, Indonesia and also Team Jordan. What do you think about that fight? Actually, can they do that again later, or do you think that Indonesia should step back from school?
I think it's safe to say Indonesia needs to step back, because the possibility is not that much. It's not that many. It's only 15 games, and they already left 1 game. So they need to change their drop spot, I guess, to the other place. Even when it comes to school fight, you know, it's based on luck, basically. When it comes to the weapon, the vest. Even one of the players from Indonesia already did a good job with Vias as a close combat, and he can win that or won that fight. But Jordan already played a lot. I think in terms of experience, Jordan already played for about how many? 6 a day times 3, so 18 games.
Yeah.
18 games from the play-in. So they are well prepared. They had more experience. So I think Indonesia for the next Erangel, they need to move their drop spot, and I think it will be much better for a total point that they can collect thing later. But moving on to near Milta area, Kazakhstan, which is represented by Titan, one of the teams also representing, the participant of PMGC. So yeah, it's quite well for them, even though they are not going to the grand final. But I think they want to prove their strong performance here at IESF itself.
Yeah, I think they're gonna take revenge of the other contender as well, especially maybe Turkey. They're here as the team also in PMGC, so they want to do a rematch between them and also all of the contestants or teams that is qualified to PMGC. Who is it?
I really adore the player from Turkey, which is Catched. Because I think the name sometimes it can be your prey for your skill, right? So Catch is catching a lot of players when it comes to PMGC, and for a open field fight, he's so strong. And I really like a player who can do a different thing when it comes to weapon of choice. Catch, even though he doesn't have the M4, which is the most favorite weapon, he still can do a really good job when it comes to Scar L or even another weapon. So let's see, because the zone is shifting towards the Georgiopol area, and this is not good because how the Georgiopol itself surrounded by a mountain, which we see right now. Vietnam and Turkey are the same place, and the container is not that good either. But if the zone going to that particular place, you need to go fast to that place.
The container, is it?
Yeah.
You mentioned? Yeah. All right, so with this kind of hard shift going on in this match, in this opening match, we kind of see some of the teams has already building up their rotation and they pave their way into the zone, into the safe zone itself. But Iraq, though, they spotted by Team Maldives because they do the same rotation with the same exact timing. And I believe the hospital area and also the fate of the mountain of the hospital itself is going to be very, very popular. As we witnessed earlier, there are 2 teams already that conquering or occupying the top of the mountain itself, and it's gonna be a very, very important position or also important spot for them because they can spot a lot of teams that is going to do the rotation maybe towards Georgiopol area.
So according to this condition, Vietnam changed their strategy. They are not dropping down to the hospital area anymore. They are going from the southern part or even right now already at the top of the mountain. But their contender is not that easy because it's Turkey with a strong performance. But we'll see later because this is the classic new day. All the teams just want to do the rotation, but not for Egypt, I guess, because they want to be the gatekeeper when it comes to the southeast area of the map. But they're fighting with Titan, which is the representative from Team Kazakhstan. But Egypt doing pretty well. They parked their vehicle really well, so it can't be shot easily. And look at Kazakhstan. They're meeting with Brunei, but there's no shot. Like I already said, it's a classic new day. They just want to have a good spot. They do not want to be late for the rotation. So yeah, maybe 3rd circle, 4th circle, the war will begin.
Yep, and once again, the one that is gonna take so much advantage of this kind of movement, the early rotation that you mentioned, is the team is on top of the mountain of the hospital itself. Turkey being one of the strongest, and also Team Vietnam. Even though, if we can talk a little bit about Team Vietnam, they didn't really have a good start going on with them in the first days of the group stage itself, but they showed us what they got in the last days. It is quite a little bit similar with Fireflux, is it?
Yep, totally.
Yeah, in terms of or regarding in the PMGC group stage.
Suddenly Fireflux is demolish anyone. They are doing the good fight. And speaking of Fireflux, this exact position is actually the last game they played at the PMGC when it comes to this the group stage, and they won the winner chicken dinner. the split, the shooting from the long range is, I think, one of the strong point when it comes to the fire flux.
Dangerous.
I mean, the name is fire, so they are firing all of the players. But Sri Lanka is kind of confused, I guess. They still do not have the best place to hold the position when it comes to the second circle, but it's already shift again towards the Georgia pool. So I think most of the teams we mentioned earlier, like Fireflux, like 1 million, they are still in a good condition. But shooting coming from the Sri Lanka, it is countered quite well from Brunei. Even one player being down, one already at the low HP, but Brunei is defending right now. 2 players from Sri Lanka down. This is not a good situation, but Brunei also being stepped back, but being the backstab by the player from Sri Lanka. So this is not a good war. On the open field, without any obstacle, I think Brunei realized this and they just want to do the regrouping first, but Sri Lanka already lost 2 of their players.
Yeah, they weren't ready. Both of the players or both of the teams weren't ready to make a war or to initiate a war. Look at their position now.
Yeah.
Look at their setup now. It's like kind of messy, and it is like only do or die situation for them. And also the firing or the attack coming from the higher ground area is coming towards Sri Lanka, and also Team Brunei, Darussalam, and also with that kind of fight between Sri Lanka and also Brunei, Fireflux or Team Turkey, having that kind of knowledge or also information that is going to be like their advantage now. But talking about the hardship though, in terms of or regarding the circle, I don't really like this kind of circle. It's going to be like messy, a total mess that we're going to witness or we're going to see today.
Totally, a lot of open field. Look at those movement coming from all the vehicle, but they are spotted easily. Even like Egypt right now, one of the player Tevel being taken down by Brazil, which is represented by a Storm. 7 right now is shooting towards all the movement vehicle because they know they need to gatekeep right now. They do not want to be backstabbed, and I really like that in weapon is the Scar L for the PMGC edition last year.
Ooh, last year.
Yeah,
Okay.
season 1.
Flexing, is it?
Flexing,
Is it? Yeah. A little bit of flexing, yeah, but he can do that lah. He can do
It
that.
needed.
It's allowed. Yeah, it needed
actually
to boost up your mental
and make the other enemy quite they do not have
worried.
any confidence and
Yeah.
worried. So yeah, let's see. And Pakistan, still the classic one, going to the central and defending a lot of compounds. But look at that shot coming from Morocco. Lazy boy, what a shot. Ragnarok, one of the player from Jordan. Even Jordan right now only left with 1 player. And Morocco, I don't know, are they going to push or they are waiting at this not obstacle, because a lot of compounds already occupied. This is not only 13 teams but 16 full teams are playing, even only 1 already being wiped out. And look at that shot, like Donna mentioned loud, at the top of the mountain. It's a big benefit, which is Fireflux or Turkey right now shooting towards all the players down below.
Yeah, and the team or the country that got so much advantage of that information is one of the strong contender as well. The strong firing team for now, and look at that, 1 more man down from 1 million or Team Morocco. And the Team Turkey though, they don't have any hesitation in them to push, to really pressure the team from Morocco itself. 1 grenade has been tossed and the second grenade is not too on time in terms of the cooking itself, but 1 man is catch from Turkey. Is gonna be the bait, is gonna fishing out the players from Team Morocco itself. Meanwhile, Solkai now is going to be like pushing towards the 2 of the players from Team Morocco. 1 knock. Oh no, haven't been knocked. 1 of the players from Team Morocco, Solkai, has been knocked by Soulless.
Yes, Lazy Boy, the last man standing. This is the quality of the grand finalists of PMGC. Look at their movement. Look at their confidence. The bait coming from the buggy. They have all the condition. They are all of the position. And right now, Solkai tried to finish the job. And Morocco being wiped out by Turkey. Even Turkey already collected 6 eliminations so far.
Without losing any players, even catch now can be revived.
Yeah.
It's still doable for them, and they still got the timing, but the Sri Lanka team doesn't get their timing to really save their life. because Team Chinese Taipei knocked one man down, collecting one more elimination point from Chinese Taipei. So far, so good for them. And also one more victim down by Chinese Taipei. And that being said, is the player from Team Vietnam.
I mean, gameplay like this is really evolving coming from Chinese Taipei. They are aggressive right now. They're pushing towards all the compounds. They need, if they need it, they push towards all the compounds, and they are still really good right now. 3 elimination without losing any manpower. So Chinese Taipei is still strong, but Saudi right now do the gatekeep really well. One of the players from South Korea being knocked down. Even the other is not in a good condition. One confirmed elimination. Brunei is also in there. So 3 teams showdown at the southern part of the map, which is not easy because not a lot of compound right there, not a lot of obstacle. But look at the player from Brunei, the last man standing, need to finish early because 3 players from South Korea regrouping so fast, so good. So Chinese Taipei, South Korea really stepping up their gameplay.
Oh boy. We kind of witnessed that Team Brunei that has been doing quite well, pretty well in the group stage. They also went out too soon.
Okay.
And the 14th position without getting any placement point, but thankfully they still got 3 total elimination point in their pocket for Team Brunei. But with this kind of circle though, a lot of teams, a lot of players are gonna secure in the northern area of the southern area, I mean, of the Georgia Pole area itself, or the northern area of hospital. So a lot of compound inside of the circle. That's why we still have 13 total teams in this game.
After the storm, we can see that after a massive war, the next circle, I think, will decide how this game will end it. I mean, like, a lot of compounds, so people can defending their place. And Pakistan, again, the classic gameplay really doing well today, especially at the first game, because they are splitting 4 different houses, 4 different compounds, 4 different buildings, and they are waiting for the enemy to maybe reduce their awareness, and we can hear finally a lot of calls. This is what we are waiting for, because when it comes to the final, they want to focus. And look at Turkey right now, already moving towards the compounds area, and I don't know, they still can manage to have a good way towards all the compounds and not being shot. So that's a skill coming from Turkey, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is going to be like a big chaos, and it's going to be like a messy thing to be witnessing for now, because like that, with this kind of hardship in terms of zone, a lot of teams is gonna like trying really hard to occupying one of the compound inside of the circle. But now Team Turkey managed to punish a lot of the players outside of the compound itself. 1 man down, but Turkey really need to be extra careful, maybe slowing down their aggression, because one of their men is down now. But once again, we are gonna see a big calamity is going to do or done by a lot of teams now.
Yeah, the storm happened, the calamity happened right now. Even for Egypt, what a good push coming from Titan or Kazakhstan, because one by one all of the players from Egypt being taken down. This is the risk when you do the split, when you defend the compound one only or 1 manpower only, because when all the team coming from, or the teammates coming from the other team, push towards your place, it is never easy, even though the one way in is there. But the nades, the utility still can be done, and Pakistan still waiting right now, reviving his teammate, but nades coming from South Korea right now becomes a big trouble for Turkey, because one of the player being taken down. I really like how Turkey left Lonwat playing from behind to do the backup, but the problem is still the same. If you're being pushed by 4 players, no matter how strong you are, it is never easy. It is never 100% sure you can do the clutch. Even the percentage is low, you can win.
Yeah, that's the beauty of PUBG Mobile, the battleground, not only about the aggression, but also about the defensive side of your team. But now, Pakistan versus Iraq has been happening. 1 more man down from Team Iraq, and Vaz is going to be like outside of the compound itself. Also, the Molotov doing their job, and Iraq only left with 1 man standing left. And Pakistan, I'm really sure that they are really happy with this kind of result, because not only they collected 6 elimination points already, but Pharaoh has been down, can be revived now, and plus they got their added utility from the crate, from the enemy itself.
Totally, totally. That's the benefit when you're already taking down the players in front of you. But Egypt finally being wiped out because they are being contested by a lot of teams. But look at Brazil. They want to be the third party. It's already crowded, but they do not want to fight. They want to go secure a place, secure a compound, secure an apartment, I guess, to stay for the 6th zone. Because after this, for those who are still fighting and need to be pushed by the blue zone, it will never an easy way for them because the DPS, the damage per second, will be very hurtful. But shooting coming from Team Kazakhstan, shooting towards the Turkey team. What a good positioning coming from Axer right now. But I think Axer realized he and his teammates still need to go to the circle.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at the position of the players itself, they each team's got their own compound now, but not with the Team Maldives. Only Team Maldives left with only one man standing, and he is inside of the compound, surrounded by Team Pakistan, I believe. Yes, Team Pakistan. So it's gonna be like pretty big challenge for him, but we're gonna see the battle between South Korea and also Turkey. And meanwhile, that grenade, buy one, get one, and with that grenade, South Korea has been eliminated out of the game by Turkey.
And made Turkey for the first team close to the double-digit elimination. That was a strong performance, going from the top of the mountain, going to the hill below, going to the city, and still have 3 manpower. That was marvelous coming from Turkey. But it's calm before the storm again. Every player, every team has their own place, but not for Saudi. Try to go toward the circle, but being spotted easily by Chinese Taipei. Chang Fu, what a good shot. Even I think it still can be revived, but less than 40 seconds, they need to go towards the play zone.
What is happening actually with Chinese Taipei in this past couple of days?
Yeah.
Because they step up a lot, They managed to take men from some of the strongest contender here, Jordan, and also Saudi Arabia, that I noticed early on by the elimination feed. And now they are still there, they are still intact with 4-man full house and 4 elimination point, and they seem to really giving up the more pressure towards the enemy. But Saudi Arabia being eliminated because they've been pressured not only by the team but also by the blue zone as well.
Suddenly Pakistan, the gatekeeper, the true one right now, already collected 7, and they are quite aggressive right now with the Mali. They want to throw towards the Titan or the Kazakhstan players, and right now the 6th circle, but we still have 9 teams. There were a lot of teams still circling around. They want to go toward the circle, and this is where the utility needed that much smokes to blind the vision, smokes to make the pathway. Look at Fireflux or Turkey. They managed to go towards the apartment safely, but Storm coming from Brazil with the nades, even Sri Lanka right now. Sneaky, Vicky. He doesn't want to join the fight because he knows he is only left alone, but look at the fight coming from Brazil, going to the Turkey. One of the players from Turkey is being knocked down, and look at that skin. That's very good, but suddenly the trap coming from Turkey with a molly happen and give a lot of damage to Dadin, one of the players from Brazil.
And somehow things go south for Team Brazil now. Nunes or Storm, Nunes is gotta be using this time perfectly to revive one by one of his teammates. But there are Team Vietnam now messing around with Team Pakistan, I believe. And there is also 1 man less standing from Team Maldives messing around with them.
Yep. That was a good backstab coming from the Maldives. But you know what, Donna? I just realized something. Jordan left alone with 1 player, but he managed to go circling around the circle and going from the back from Vietnam. So it's like Vietnam is their fortress, and Jordan okay, you guys fight, I'm waiting. I'm just one for my placement point, because 1 player like Maldives and Jordan, I think they do not want to trigger the fight, because fighting 3, even 4 players is so hard.
Oh my god. But talking about the compound, though, the circle, though, this is my least favorite place. Least favorite place to be the last game, to be the last dance, because the apartment, side of a building is like very messy if you want to make a fight out of it. And look at that one apartment building. There are Team Vietnam there and also Team Chinese Taipei there. And if they want to get out of the building, they need to eliminate each other first if they want to get out safely.
This is the classic 16 teams.
Yeah.
They are approaching for the latest game. It can be a 30 minutes game when it comes to 16 teams are participating. But look at Toxin. Toxin is still doing the nades coming towards all the enemies. But Kazakhstan being wiped out with a great utility use by the other team. Again, when it comes to a fight like this, it is not only about the aim power. Your utility is needed that much, but Toxin, the last man standing from Sri Lanka, spotted by Pakistan, and Pakistan already collected 8 eliminations so far.
Toxin being the last man standing, he managed to stay intact until the 7th placement. But Brazil though really bombard Team Pakistan right here, right now, out there. Team Pakistan gotta be really extra careful because the next green is really on point. Messing around with Team Pakistan now, and News doesn't stop there. The last grenade is gonna be tried to eliminate Daku, and Daku left out of the game.
I mean, the utility coming from Brazil, they are waiting this moment, they're saving it for the last, for the best. But even Vietnam, starting from the beginning, still do the gatekeep quite well. The Mali coming for Pakistan, but Pakistan being predicted so well. So 2 players shot by a lot of team, not only Vietnam, but even Brazil. And suddenly, Pakistan need to move and being wiped out, but the fight is not over yet. It's inside the building right now. The utility connected. Oh no! There was a big mistake coming from Chinese Taipei because the nades hit the teammate. But look at Jordan still with 1 player. Sneaky, beaky, playing inside of circle, and look at the circle. This is the last one.
Oh my God.
9 circle is the last one. It will be a full blue zone in a short time. But look at Chinese Taipei, the revive happened. Even they still have 3 mans right now, but 1 being taken down again. The Jordan want to try having this, but look at the DPS. Jordan is Sawi. I think you can't go towards the building because the DPS is so hurtful, but he managed to go towards the other place, and Asawi is still in the game. Oh my God.
That was a real smart move coming from Esawi himself. The last zone, and it is inside of the building of an apartment. But Chinese Taipei managed to eliminate one by one of their opponent. 1 from Vietnam and also Esawi himself. And now we're only going to see the battle, the last game between Brazil and also Chinese Taipei. 2v4 situation, I believe.
So it's a logic gameplay right now between Brazil and Chinese Taipei because the zone will closing less than 2 minutes. So the utility, like Chinese Taipei is not finishing with their utility because all the crates coming from all the opponents around the compound, even the stun grenade, the flashbang still thrown by the team. But Brazil suddenly going towards the central, and he has the wall. He has the wall, and look at the defensive coming from Brazil. Even though a lot of action coming here, but the last man starting from Brazil, shooting towards the Chinese Taipei, but the Chinese Taipei. That was a good gameplay. That was a great teamwork, and congratulations. Chinese Taipei won the first game with a great performance. Winner chicken dinner for Chinese Taipei.
Oh my God. What is happening actually with Chinese Taipei within the past couple of days? You guys are stepping up a lot. That was some classy gameplay that coming from Chinese Taipei, and so many mind-blowing things happening inside of the first game of today. And we're gonna see the highlights once again.
I mean, this is the conquer of Asia Pacific. I mean, like, to make Chinese Taipei, Hu Xuan and the other guy is so strong. And back to the mind games, Brazil did it pretty well actually. But 4 mans coming from Chinese Taipei is a very strong capital when it comes to the late game. And that was amazing coming from Chinese Taipei, how they handle situation. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Chinese Taipei teams, they are using their jersey, the Nation 1, and we are going to witness the highlight, the big match coming for the first game. It's only first game, but it's already this much of tension.
I'm satisfied. I'm super duper satisfied. I'm happy with this game that we're gonna see the highlights of this game coming from Indonesia, and also Team Jordan being the first big war that is happening with this kind of circle. I mentioned it earlier, like this is like my least favorite place to be in the last game, in the last dance, because like it's gonna be like very messy. There are gonna be two different kind of scenario happening with this kind of circle. One being like super duper messy, like we saw in this game, and the second is like being super duper passive.
Yeah, you know what? I expected the super duper passive one because they were waiting for the last circle, just doing the first 8. But that's a common player. That's an ordinary one. They are the extraordinary.
Yeah.
And even Brazil, left with only 2 men, they took the proactive movement, jumping down towards the flat ground and waiting for the movement from Chinese Taipei. Only 2 players, but they can took down 3 players from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah.
And the movement going to behind the wall is so smart. It's so smart because they know the circle will closing to a blue zone fully. So the teams or the players that are already inside or inside the central part of the circle, they will survive longer than the one inside the apartment. So amazing. I'm satisfied. Like I mentioned a lot, grand final will be a total different gameplay from the play-ins, because starting from the 16 teams and the new strong contender.
Strong contender. Not only that, but but also a lot of teams now, a lot of country now is really stepping up their gameplay, and I know for sure actually one of the big factor that Chinese Taipei is really have a high spirit is actually in the middle of the game they took down the strongest contender that coming from the group stage. That being said, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and any other teams as well. And that collected our 10 elimination point has been pocketed for Chinese Taipei now. And therefore 25 total elimination point for them. But looking at Brazil, 21 total elimination point with 9 elimination. Turkey also pocketed like 9 elimination point. Now Pakistan as well being the third biggest elimination point. Indonesia in the 14th place for now with 2 total points.
I also want to shout out towards Jordan because left alone with 1 player, but surviving till the end.
Top 3, right?
Top 3.
Sawi.
And this is the overall statistic we are waiting for.
Yeah.
I mean, like the elimination is huge, 59, and 4 players from Chinese Taipei. So I think only 1 player died in the blue zone.
Because I think that was Saudi Arabian player.
Only 1 player, right? So it's
Saudi
a total
Arabia.
chaos, a total fight and total chaos. And look at a lot of throw use, 290. This is the real deal. Again, this is a big numbers and shown by the quality of the gameplay. And 2 airdrop looted. We are not witnessing about the weapon, I guess. So I think about the vest and helmet, so it's still important. And 71 total knockouts.
71 total knocks out.
Oh my God.
It shows us that this game is like a living hell for a lot of teams.
That's a good word.
Yeah, a living hell for the players as well. Because like in the starting of the hardship that is happening towards the mountain area of hospital itself, and then the circle keep bouncing around. It seems like we witnessed that a lot of players and a lot of teams didn't really have a good strat or a really good setup in terms of like defensive or they want to make an offense, because once they touch down to one spot, they need to move forward after that.
Okay, is it coincidence they are playing inside the apartment because it is an indoor venue and it's chaos and living hell because it's a virus stage? Who knows? But welcome the MVP, like the storm itself. From Brazil, Nunes.
Hello, Nunes.
Hello, Nunes.
Congratulations of becoming the MVP of the match from Brazil. You deserved it.
Handsome face, but a lot of skills coming.
Yeah.
It's really chaotic coming from Team Storm or Brazil. What a great loaf, but still so aggressive. 8 elimination, right?
8.
So I think this still, because it's a first game. It's still the biggest record for individual elimination, but who knows? Maybe there will be another record to achieve more than 12 elimination for individual record, because according to the play-ins, it's still for 2 players, if I'm not mistaken, with 12 elimination. But still, a strong performance to start the day, and coming all these teams, a really good start, a really different tempo, and really enjoyable to be watched with. So you don't need to watch all the games. Not only today, we are having 3 days for the grand final. So yeah, total 15 games.
Total 15 games, and we saw the opening of games this crazy, and I cannot really wait, because like usually and the first half of the day is gonna be like, even though it's different maps will be played in this whole day, it's gonna be like also a different kind of scenario is gonna be happening, right? Even though they played Erangel already, they're gonna play Miramar for the second game of today for now. So yeah, it's gonna be like a total different scenario happening inside of the Miramar itself. But this is it, Chinese Taipei, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what, Donna? I'm really afraid that the gameplay will be quite passive, because they do not know each other. So a lot of players are crossing us right now. So yeah, hello Saudi, hello Turkey, everyone. So I'm really afraid it will be a quite passive one. Like I already mentioned a lot, the data is not that big when it comes to the grand final. I mean, still a lot of teams already have their own strategy, but it is never easy to play the best when it comes to the new day. But we'll see later, because we hope they are still having their best strategy, especially for those teams who are not performing quite well the first game. But Miramar, the new game, new map, and I hope same energy.
Don't get me started with Miramar, actually. Miramar! Me. All right.
Mistakes.
Ra.
Rampung.
What is rampung?
Done. Solve.
No, we need to do it in English.
Yeah, done.
Ra. Mistakes.
What is ra? Ra. It's Indonesian trend, It's Indonesian trend. You ask me? Ra. We are quite confused, actually. So can we tell the story about the venue right now? So I think all the players are doing their thing. They need to go towards the restroom, I guess. So they are preparing for the next game, because again, they want to perform their best. So they need to go to the restroom first. So we don't know. We still haven't any clue yet about the second game, but I hope it will be faster, because later on, from what I knew, it needs to be not that long, from 2 o'clock.
Yeah, actually.
Kind of like that. So yeah, we are having the information, ladies and gentlemen, before we are going to the second game, which is Miramar, my favorite map.
Okay.
We are having a short break for a while, so don't go anywhere. Support your nation, support your best team, and we are going to see again after the short break.
See you again.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus. Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali. pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oles Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G.
Why? Because
Galaxy A33 5G with awesome processor. Buy now. Get Galaxy A73 5G.
Why?
Because this is awesome. This is awesome.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Awesome detail.
Galaxy A73 5G. Take more awesome details. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Apa ya? Makanan yang harganya receh tapi enaknya mantul.
Banyak pengen loh. Ini dia. Menu receh, harga receh, dijamin enaknya mantul.
Enak banget. Coba, Mel.
Apapun yang kamu pengenin, di sini referensi lengkapnya.
Ada yang ngiler.
Jajan terus bareng makan receh dan enaknya mantul. Ini baru Trans 7.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis food grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus, berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mental. Plosa Citrus. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan, dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, in the grand final of PUBG Mobile Division of our World Esports Championship 2022. I'm out of breath already. This is going to be me, Chichu, and Donna.
Yes,
that game just now was incredible.
Incredible. I was very satisfied watching that kind of games, especially like for the first or opening of the day. But Chichu, as usual, we're going to have our prediction before we jump into the second game. Who do you rooting for now?
I mean, like, just now we saw how a lot of teams really having a different standard of play, but this time I want to root for Indonesian team because they are the hosts. They need the support and they need the motivation to keep it going because we saw just now they have what it takes to actually fight. It's just the first match, as always, warming up.
Yeah, I'll go with Indonesia as well. Indo Pride, hashtag Indo Pride. For you Indonesians watching right here, right now, go type the Indo Pride in the comment section below, and also all of the nation or all of the countries as well. I really want to see the hashtag. What about Malaysia? What is the hashtag that you use?
Usually Malaysia boleh.
Malaysia boleh, yes.
Yeah.
Usually, right? In the PMPL and
I'm like, we don't have it today.
Okay.
We don't have Malaysia team today, so I'm not complaining.
Maybe next year, Chuchu. Please.
Please. I'm like, I wish. But so far, I'm loving what we have here when it comes to grand final day one. And we're witnessing the best of the best when it comes to the World Esports Championship. And it's today. Since the first day, I mean, like, would have thought Chinese Taipei being so aggressive if you compare with the play-ins.
Right. And what I noticed is actually, like I mentioned earlier with Eldoge also, Chinese Taipei got their confidence. I think one of the factor is because they not only knocked down, but eliminated some of the strong contender in the group stage yesterday's. One being like from Jordan and also Saudi Arabia and also from Turkey as well. I noticed that they got the men from these three strong countries. So it's like boosting up their confidence, of course. So yeah, they played really well in the opening game of today.
You know what? This is what I expected when it comes to the grand final day one. The match should be this exciting. And not just that, we mentioned this earlier before in the play-ins. There's going to be a bit of a problem with 5 teams that's coming in a bit later, only in the grand finals. Because all the other teams, 11 teams actually qualify into the grand final right now, already had their warm-up for the past 3 days. So maybe the first day we won't be looking a lot too much coming out from the grand finalists of the top 5 teams previously we mentioned. Those teams like, you know, Turkey, Kazakhstan, Morocco, Indonesia, even Brazil. But Brazil performed so well even though it's the first match.
Yeah, they managed to get the top 2 position now with only 2 men remaining. And also they played really well in terms of under the pressure. Because like not only they left with 2 men only, but also the blue zone is there, the blue zone is closing in, and they were actually like still a lot of players that want to retake their position now. But we're gonna jump into Miramar. Miramar being the second game, what do you think of Miramar for now?
Oh man, it's a big map. We definitely know there's some teams who love the long distance shot. So it's going to be advantage for the teams that are actually waiting for this moment to shine. But we don't want to waste any more time. Let's jump straight into our grand finals second game, Miramar.
Yes, let's go.
We're not going in yet. I was already ready to stand up.
I'm already like this, playing off my fist now because I'm really excited as we fly above Miramar land actually, and we're gonna see the flight path because in terms of Miramar, the flight path is kind of matters, and now it's gonna go from Torre Ahumada onto La Drilera.
Yep, just a bit of a backup, not really, backstory of all the teams. Just now, Chinese Taipei, team players. I do know you guys are questioning, who are these players, example.
Who are they actually?
Yeah, some of them are actually coming up from the pro teams, including how Chinese Taipei, they are still in another different team called One Team Esports. So you do have some of new teams, some of a very veteran players mixed up and match up when it comes to our IESF World Esports Championship this time. So we're going to have to wait and see, will that experience actually fare when it comes to the real tournament in the Worlds?
Yes, actually, if talking about One Esports, they placed second in the Asia Pacific Cup Fall 2022 and also qualified to PMPLC Fall and actually played in the PMPLC Fall as well and placed in the 9th position. So in terms of their experience, actually they played quite a lot in the international scene, PMPL Southeast Asia and also the other tournaments.
I mean, like most of the players, they're already experienced. It's just sometimes they cannot step into PMGC. It doesn't mean they're not good enough. But do we have again Nunes coming up from Brazil of Storm Gaming? If you want a bit of a backstory, the Brazilian players are actually coming up from the entire team of Storm Gaming. But here come Nunes and also his teammate. Just gonna finish off one of the team that just recently got their chicken horse run straight away being finished off by Darden.
Oh my god, this is the revenge of Brazil. And finally, they got one elimination point coming from Chinese Taipei for now. And on the other side, I believe this is Team Morocco is going to be facing face-to-face with Team Vietnam. One man down from Vietnam.
Vietnam comprises of the players coming up from Eagle Esports, fighting against a Moroccan coming up from the 1 million team as well. The pro players here know exactly what they are doing. They are experienced playing against each other now. Namshin and El Chapo having to just exchange a bit of information regarding each other's position. Feels like they want to part ways, but El Chapo really wants to go for it. Considering he's not even building up his loot, I think it's best they try to just build up their gears first.
Yes, for now, team, especially for Team Vietnam as well. And after one man down from Team Vietnam, none of the players from Morocco or as well as Vietnam is gonna like having to initiate another clash between them. But Nam Shindo, this is like quite a wise decision for him to destroy any vehicle spotted or available. So the enemy team or Team Morocco doesn't really have an easy way out of the compound.
Right inside of Chumasera. This used to be like one of the most ancient places that usually drop spot for Eagle Esports. Or in this case, going to be Vietnam. But can they fare well since winning already been finished off? Starting off a bit handicapped, saying good for Chinese Taipei, who just won themselves a last chicken dinner. Back to the side of 1 million. Would they have a go? Would they actually just to gain information and just part ways here? Because the circle right on top of Chumasera as well, they don't have to leave. They can actually take their own sweet time to just figure out what to do next. Or on top of Picard, we have a different story entirely. You do have the Egyptian team just fighting against SK-Ton of Saudi Arabia, who happens to be not having that much utilities right now.
Yeah, it's so minimum for now for SK-Ton himself, but Arthur though, he taken so many damage but managed to save himself up instead of a compound. But for now, I think it's gonna be like an initiative war between Egypt and also Team Saudi Arabia. And also some of the grenade has been thrown towards SK-Ton because a lot of all of the team from all of the players, I mean from Team Egypt, already know the spot of SK-Ton himself. But for now, SK-Ton is gonna do the face-to-face battle between himself and also Arthur, opening up his hip fire and doesn't manage to give enough damage.
Still forcing the CQC here. SK-Ton having a go against two of them. He needs help, but SK-Ton left, right, and center. Chrono 9 taking him down. This 7 counterfire on the other way. Chua taking on 1 million, but it's going to be Egypt versus Saudi Arabia still on top of Picardo. They're trading 2-2 for now. Bleeding out. Never mind, it's 1 only on Saudi side. They're taking a bait of SK-Ton, but Dami can actually make the play. Prestige trying to be the brain of the team here. Playing Cerebral PUBG, Prestige with the MP9, trying to actually figure out Where is IESF? Dig out. It's going to be around the windowsill and it's going to be Prestige. Try to flush them out, but it's just so hard to spot them out.
But now the 7 with his DBS is gonna be pressuring the enemy himself. But Dami though, even though with that short kind of distance of fight, he still lost himself, eliminated, and now Saudi Arabia only left with 2 men. And on the other side, we saw also the fight between 1 Million and also Eagle.
It feels like Vietnam losing 2. Left with only 1 player, bleeding out for 1 more. I'm not sure if he can actually just be revived here. Marshall finish off, coming up from Morocco to finish. Vietnam players down to 1 last surviving member. Back to the side of Egypt versus Saudi Arabia with a DBS D7, you brutal guy. No mercy given at all.
Oh my God, and just like that, now Egypt, thing goes south for them because only 1 man standing left for them. And I think, and I'm sure, all of the players from Saudi Arabia is gonna hunt him down. Tail is gonna proning, is gonna like really securing, making sure he is ready to face all of the players from Saudi Arabia. And the stab is being heard by Tail himself. He is ready, even with half of the HP, opening up his fire, but he cannot really face 3 men from Saudi Arabia.
Outnumbered. Just really hard challenge coming up from the side of Egypt, having a tough start here when it comes to Mirama. The force coming in from Saudi Arabia and the teams right now, even Morocco, having such a strong, aggressive start here. They're not showing any sort of tempo slowing down. They're going to keep going for more. Same goes for Saudi before. Don't know, we've seen them how they are trying to just being a bulldozer, wiping everybody off their feet from behind. They just keep it going. Now, the moment Saudi Arabia got themselves that momentum, that tempo, it just set the tone for the entire Miramar. They might just keep this going.
Yeah, actually, yes. And I can't really wait to see what are they gonna do in the next minutes of the game. But looking at the live status though, in the right position of the screen itself, Brazil, Sri Lanka, and also South Korea, they choose to play quite a bit of a late rotation now, especially in the side from Brazil, because previously they met with Chinese Taipei in the northeast area of the map itself, which is around Torea Humada and also Campo Militar, and it's a long way to go, a long distance, and I think it's almost like 3 kilometers km, the distance between their drop spot into the safe zone, and they choose to do the late rotation.
I agree. I mean, like, it's so rare for us to see so many teams going up north quite early on. We're talking about Torea Humada and Campo Militar, how you mentioned earlier. It's so rare. Usually it's just a couple of teams, and now we have like 6 teams going towards the northern side. But for the Indonesian side, though, they're going to be taking the center. I think this is right around the area of Palgrave and Montenuevo right now. They are just lurking around the corners, trying to build up. It's going to be Ladrilera, where it's going to be the center, or even Chimacera in this very moment. It just pops, and whoever's not inside, it's going to be a problem, because Chimacera, the terrain itself, is so tricky to play with. There's so many high mountains there, and used to be Vietnam team Eagle Esports, but at the same time, Vietnam left only 1 member because they've been fighting against the Moroccan team. Now, the Moroccan team, this might be their domination if they can defend the high grounds of Chimacera.
Yep, actually, yes, especially with the some of the firing that has been happening, and I'm pretty sure they hear it. And here comes Brazil, still with the rotation now, and they are bleeding out by blue zone itself, but it's only like the second zone though. They still can't manage it. But the problem is about the rotation, because like they didn't seem like have any 100% information about the other contenders' position in terms of the rotation itself. They don't really sure what are things that is waiting for them.
Yeah, they need information. I agree. They should send a scout before they getting into the circle. Might be gatekept by so many teams since they are late into the party, coming across Los Leones before. Brazil team hailing from Storm Gaming, marching towards the safe zone. But will they be safe as Iraq Kalaga already taken down on Sankey? There's going to be a bit of a problem on the Morocco side as they're marching into the safe zone. A lot of the migration happening quite early on because the circle just happens to be right down south of Miramar, where we do do have Volt versus the rest of team coming up from Morocco. The rest of Cavalry of Iraq trying to move in unison. While I think Moroccans going to have to build this one out. They don't have enough men up there.
Yeah, actually, and it's going to be like a big, rich war, but not too big because Senkai, only with a half HP, he sent out of the game by Team Iraq, but Team Indonesia though, they know exactly what is happening up there on the reach of the terrain of Miramar, but they need to be careful as well because one of the men from Morocco is there around them, El Chapo.
Morocco coming up from 1 million versus Indonesian team Kuda Terbang. El Chapo just playing this very patiently in the shack, waiting for anybody to open the door with his UMP. But the problem is, I don't think he got himself enough support or enough support fire coming from the rest of the team. They tried to actually reposition just to get information. Maybe El Chapo probably now screaming for backup, but nobody showed up. And lucky enough, if he's happened to be fortunate enough here, he might actually be ignored by the rest of the Indonesian team. Now, they have no clue there's somebody in the shack right now. All he needs to do for El Chapo is just not move even a muscle.
Yeah.
Stay quiet.
A single bit of movement is actually cannot be done by him. But now on to the other side, Team Maldives is actually gonna do a rich camp around the area of the compound that has been occupied by Chinese Taipei. But now 1 million or Team Morocco is gonna be pressured by Team Maldives, I believe. No, Maldives. In the elimination fit, I believe that I saw something or some names there. I think Iraq.
Yeah, I think it's Iraq as well,
Yeah.
because they were in a three-way war before with even Indonesian team, but Maldives happened to be moving straight in the direction of Chinese Taipei. Hong and Shak have to stay quiet. They already have a really tough start here with one man lost, but Mori spotted out the footsteps, cooking up the nade. Gonna toss over towards the window pane, and there goes the first nade to flush them out. Didn't and actually connect and click, but Mori right around playing ring around the rosy with the Thai team of Chinese Taipei here. Still not spotted out Shark and Murray playing this very slowly and patiently while the rest of the team trying to get out. Where are the rest of the Chinese Taipei team? Spotted out Shark. He's in 2v1. It's 3. Editing down on Shark. Finish off by Mori.
Oh my god, this is such a calamity for Chinese Taipei because they only left with one active player now. But we are gonna go back towards Iraq versus Team Morocco now because they seem to be ready. But oh no, we saw that Cheng Fu is gonna win out of the war himself. But Hong, being the backliner, he managed to take one man down from Maldives, and that was a very, very good backup coming from Hong because he stopped the initiative that coming from Maldives.
I have to say that was kind of surprising for Maldives to actually have a retaliation coming up from Chinese Taipei. Back to the side of Moroccan versus Iraq. Golden with his Scar L tried to just fish them out from the hiding spot here. Golden tried to make sure they can show themselves, give away the position and information. They're down to 2 for the Iraq players. But it's still not going to be enough since the Moroccans having more here. 3v2. That's going to be first near almost a Kobe. Golden having a bit of a painful receiving end. A lazy boy spotted out the lasers just now. Golden have to reset himself, but here comes the pressure coming up from Lazy Boy. He's trying to just fish them out, flushing, but Golden will still not stay quietly. Volt tried to figure out with a Molotov, maybe got one. That's going to be a Kobe from Golden. Marshall is down on his knees. Volt tried to just make a play from above. Golden with a DVS. Mighty clutches for it. Right, it was 2v3.
Yes, that was a beautiful, beautiful game coming from Iraq double pick. That has been done by them, but we're gonna move on to the POV of Turkey himself. Alerts is gonna taken down El Chapo now because he is so open. That was the clear shot coming from Turkey, and just like that, they collected one elimination point, the first one.
2 teams out within just 3 phases of the circle, the third phase of the circle. We're down to 13 here. And 3 teams actually. Back to the side of Turkey, coming up from Fireflux lineup. They are rotating towards the center of the circle, which we don't have the glimpse at right now. There you go. We got it. It pops. It's just going to be on the west side of Chumasero, on the outskirts. And Iraq players already got themselves even an upgrade of fleet with an airdrop. Same goes for the side of Turkey. And also coming up from this southern part, we do have Indonesian team.
Yep.
And some teams as well. I think that Spain and all the rest is going to squeezing into a very small circle.
Yep, the circle though for the previous 2 games that we already watched is kind of like a bouncing kind of circle, a hard shift kind of circle. But I see that in this Miramar, all of the players managed to have a better rotation and also better initiative in terms of the position in this kind of circle bounce. But Iraq, inside of their compound now, Golden being the gatekeeper towards all of the players that he spotted. 2 vehicle moving up there. It's kind of impossible to take down.
Yep, but back to a different team entirely, Titan Gaming, which presenting the side of Kazakhstan with Sri Lankan players. Doom and all 4 of them move in unison to try to coordinate their cooperations regarding trying to rush into towards the side of the Kazakhstan team. Hazen and Mara in position. Doom trying to go for the flank, but Teak, he realized they've been scouted out. Their eyes watching. Susti has not been watching this side. Teak taking advantage, but there's Jordan teams coming up from behind. They have to be careful. They might get third party for Kazakhstan and Sri Lanka as well.
Yep.
Ooh, Saudi is there too.
Yeah, Saudi managed to take that opportunity to take Susti down, and Susti is out of the game, eliminated by SK Tone, and now we're gonna see the edge of the circles war in the reach area of the southeast area of the circle himself. But after getting winner chicken dinner, Chinese Taipei out of the game too soon.
It's going to be a different game entirely when it comes to Miramar. Back to the South Korean side. They're fighting against a team right above them, which is going to be Kazakhstan, and they are not in the best spot ever. They're kind of being cornered by this crate, and they can't climb up unless they're being shot down first. Pakistan and the rest of them actually tried to be in the center of the circle. They are gatekeeping on the high grounds. They got themselves elevations. What a paramount position they have themselves, including Brazil up there. And there's going to be one more being taken down by puncher of Kazakhstan as well. Nunes, he was the MVP, but straight away on his knees in Miramar.
Oh my god, the big war is coming in because like a lot of teams gonna take their way into the zone, but Saudi Arabia managed to eliminate all of the Brazilian players because Brazil is also pinched by 3 teams.
Back to it. Sri Lanka spotted out Saudi. They got themselves the smoke. It will dissipate and everything will be crystal clear after this. Spotted out with a mini 14. D7 of Saudi Arabia. They spotted out. Goes with another Scar L spray. Swapping in between his EMRs and rifles. Prestige with a mini 14 again. Take it down on Doom. There's going to be a couple of taps and it's done and dusted. Now Sri Lanka, how can they get into the zone unharmed? Because right now, they are in the toughest spot to get in, and SK-Ton, I mean like that buggy is on smoke, brother.
Yeah, that is quite dangerous, but the zone though, towards the center of the circle itself, only one of the team or country is really have a good spot there, and I believe that is being Team Iraq. And now Saudi Arabia has already sent D7 to really scouting the way into the zone as well. But the war outside of the zone is gonna be happening because like Brunei is also having their rotation going on, and in front of them there are several teams that has been gatekeep the edge of the circle.
Shako has to be extra careful. He's just right in front of the Turkish player. Indonesian Martin with the UMP spotted out Jordan players. This is a good clear side. All he needs to do is just keep the pressure on for Martin and just keep it spraying. Spray and pray, they said. But we do have another team being eliminated. It's going to be Iraq down to 19 within the 5th phase of the circle. Indonesian kind of clustered together. But the Koreans getting the elevation. They might get one more Euro. Almost down. Willie Aja! Oh, he whiffed it.
Oh my god, saved by the reach himself. But he can't be safe anymore because Pakistan is there ready to take the man down. But Indonesia is also being a victim by Pakistan because they are gatekept. All of the teams really well by Pakistan. But Fast now is back on the track, back to really make a big war between Pakistan and also Indonesia.
Indonesia, they're not making way for the Indonesian team to move forward. They got one more. They got double down. Willie was such a grenade just now. Chewy taking on the Turkish player. Willie Ajam finish off Daku. But now Willie, can he actually make an entrance, pave the way for the Indonesian team to push forward, to advance toward the circle? All they need to do is just leave that compound because it's a disadvantage. But how can they move? The smoke's being popped. They built the bridge of smoke to push forward. But can they make it on time?
Yeah, and now it kind of works a little bit because like Team Pakistan, 2 of the men left from Pakistan themselves is kind of forced to back away from Team Indonesia, but actually maybe kind of spotted down one of the players from Jordan, but he took down by Jordan now.
Back towards the side of Indonesia, still going through Pakistan and have to go through the Jordan along the way. Willie still tailing behind the Pakistan players, but they're being knocked down by Kazakhstan from behind. They're not aware they're being scouted out. There's also the Brunei's on top. They're being cornered left, right, and center. Kazakhstan, what a prime spot to get themselves in the high grounds from afar. T taking on Martin, Puncher taking on Pharaoh. Everybody will be their victim in the hands of Kazakhstan.
Oh my God, the most advantage team is actually Brunei and also Kazakhstan. With that kind of vision, with that kind of spot, they can manage to eliminate all of the players, all of the teams down there, especially for Kazakhstan. Not only Pakistan and Indonesia that they spotted, but also Jordan down there and also Brunei across them.
Back to his puncher, spot out Willie Aja. Payne is right in front of him as well. They're both in the same boat for the Pakistan players and Indonesian as well. Newbies, OP, whoever's not crossing the road right now. What a tough circle next. Catch taking on SK Tun, coming up from Turkey. And it's going to be them taking the high grounds on the eastern side of the map. But Bruneians, can they push through from the west side? It's going to be them spotting out the Turkey player. Jordan in between, kind of caught up in the process of the crossfire as well. Puncher still not taking his eyes off against Willie Aja. Random spray from Chewy, hoping it would just blind them for a bit. But do they have enough utilities to cross the road here?
Yeah, that is a great question when it comes to the end game. But oh my God, Team Pakistan need to end their way in this second game of the day. And we only left with 6 teams remaining in the last dance with this kind of circle that is not favoring any other team. And it is such a hustle for all of the teams inside of the circle. And Indonesia has to be eliminated in the 6th place.
Kazakhstan with the most team players here, hailing from the side of Titan Gaming. Players and lineup. Now got themselves the most prime spot overlooked with such a wide angle. Saudi Arabia wanted their compound. They want to push them away. Prasic slowly trying to figure out how to just organize towards that side. We're down to 5 here. With Kazakhstan the most. Spotted out Teak. Gaga is in trouble. He couldn't got himself enough barricade to got himself everywhere. Shots fired, but who's shooting? Got no clue. It's going to be Teak taking on Gaga first. Jordan's prestige again advantage. Jordan saved by the bell of Saudi Arabia, but the Kazakhstan team still keep it pushing. They're still favored by the circle, but will they be in the next 20 seconds?
Oh my God, I really like how I saw that Saudi Arabia's player really ring the bell of war once one of the players from Jordan has been knocked down by Kazakhstan, and therefore they open the fire really on time to take down players from Kazakhstan. But Turkey though, they being a really sneaky assassin, and they spotted down the players from Kazakhstan and also Saudi Arabia.
Catch kicking up the net. It will be a Kobe. If it's a perfect one, it's going to be the best one ever. As Keitana Presses has no clue. They're not aware of this. They keep on pressing. Double nade down. Slowly killing Prestige. It's going to be a Kobe from Catch. Taking on Prestige. All they need to do is just keep it tossing. Down to only SK-Tan. Do they have a Molotov? Can SK-Tan get away from here? They're kind of cornered here. They can't go anywhere. It's pick your poison moment. Is it going to be coming up from Kazakhstan or is it be coming up from the ones behind? Back towards the side of Kazakhstan. They're taking on the fires towards the side of Turkey. Now, Saudi still have the space to reset. They've been saved by the bell in the last minute. All they need to do is just be calm and not giving away the positions.
Actually, yes. And this is we see Kazakhstan being messed around by the other teams as well. But Churido has been spotted down by Puncher. But he managed to save himself for now, but not with Escaton because he's been knocked down by the players from Team Kazakhstan. Bruneido messing around with Kazakhstan as well. This is like a lot of angle to be working on by 3 teams remaining because Kazakhstan went out of the game.
They have 4 men, and now they are none because they just attracted way too much attention for Kazakhstan. It's going to be 2v2v2. We're down to 3 teams there, and now the Brunei's got themselves already 5 eliminations in their pocket. They need more. For the Jordans, they have 3, but they spotted out the Brunei's. While the Turkish player got themselves the most prime spot from the high ground, start to climb down as well as the circle not actually on the elevations, but it will be in the open field of the open road.
Yeah, only like separated by a road. It is gonna be like a quite hard kind of circle to be working on, especially like in the side of Turkey and also Team Jordan because they are in the same line, in the same vision, especially Turkey. Now they got a vision towards Team Jordan. And now we are only have 4 men left. 2v1v1 situation and Laith tossing the grenade. He want to eliminate the players from Team Turkey, but the second grenade though, he missed that shot, but Laith is so open. But Newbie cannot really make a really on-point shot, but Chewy managed to eliminate Laith out of the game.
Laith, he was too reckless to find Catch, and now Catch is going to 2v1, fighting against Brunei, got 1! Catch equal on the odds, it's going to be 1v1 here! Can he clutch this for the entirety of Turkey? Catch, Newbie, 1v1, back to us, resetting! Almost a Kobe. It's going to be back to us, Newbie. Almost shredded his fast even. The level 3 of everything. He even dropped his back for Catch. Now all he needs to do is just land the shot. He doesn't have any Molotov or whatsoever. But look at Newbie pressuring towards the side of Catch, waiting for him to pick over the small hill between them, the slope, the tiny mini slope of hill they try to play alongside. Ring around the rosy. Catch gonna go in. He might spot it out. They might actually have a reset. He managed to survive. It's gonna be 2v1 again.
Oh my god, and also the Molotov is gonna be like toast again to really minimize the movement of the Catch himself. Can Catch clutch this game? Because like this is gonna be like 1v2 situation between Brunei and also Turkey. But Brunei though, they don't really make a reckless or a bold of kind of movement because Catch is one of the player is very, very dangerous.
Both teams don't have enough utilities, but they do have enough men for Brunei. They're gonna double pick. They're gonna go for it. And Bruneians, they get the second chicken dinner for Miramar. What a play from the side of both teams. Catch, valiant effort, but it was the time-taking moment for him. I have to say it's down the race to its time because he took too long to push forward when he got 1 knock to the side of Brunei just now.
Yes, actually, as he did it eventually, I think he kind of like, because like he kind of have a strong aim power, right? In the last dance or the last game that we saw early on. And especially it's too bad for Catch actually that Team Brunei managed to take the time to really reset, to revive one of the players. And then 1v2 is a situation that is not really easy for him.
I mean, he almost got it. Just going to relive the moment a bit more. We're just going to rewatch a highlight in case you guys missed that incredible heated match just now. Since the start, who would have thought coming up from Torre Ahumada and Campo Mita, that was far up north. The circle was down south all the way, but there's so many teams up to the northern side.
Yeah, so many teams, and I really like intrigued by the position or the spot between Team Chinese Taipei and also Team Brazil, because like they have the same kind of spot in this Miramar, and I believe that they are not gonna do that again in the next Miramar himself. But even though looking at the circle itself, even though it's kind of like a hardship kind of circle, it's totally different scenario or different like game that we saw compared to the Erangel as the first game, because like the Erangel we kind of see that a lot of fights going on and a lot of aggression is going on, but for now I think like a lot of teams learn by the first game and they played kind of safely for now.
I mean, like, still the first day, don't
Yeah.
I mean, we can't be too harsh on them. Someone was still warming up and someone was still revising, but still congratulations to the team of Bruneians. They got themselves total point of 23 with 8 elimination, but the one that's really very aggressive for this round, I have to give it a go to the Saudi team and also Kazakhstan, because Saudi Arabia, since the start, since not even 1 minute into the game, they fought so many teams on the north side of the map.
Yeah, even though they didn't have the chance to prove themselves in the first game and they went out too soon, but in this game they are back. They show us what they got, and 62 total elimination point. Finally, we got to see a real number here, Chuchu. 62 total elimination point, 211 throwable use, and longest distance elimination occupied by Uriel by South Korea.
I mean, this is like how aggressive the game can actually get. These are the numbers. It's so hard for us to see 62 elimination out of 64 players. Nobody died with the blue zone. Nobody died because of something else. Nobody finished off without any purpose in their game match.
Thankfully.
Everybody being finished off with a knockdown and elimination. That's just how aggressive it can get when it comes to the first day.
Yeah.
But will it get better tomorrow or later? Because Sanhok will be a smaller map.
Yeah, smaller map with a 16 team full intact. Will be playing without knowing the other drop spot, because like we will see like some of the spot or some of the city itself is gonna be like become the hot drop of the mall. Yeah.
I do want to say one thing though. Do any of the teams want to contest bootcamp and even Paradise Resort? There's always these two places that's the most attracted for the players. But sometimes in this tournament for our World Esports Championship, the 14th World Esports Championship, sometimes there's so many surprising events, including like we don't see a lot of players drop into Toru Ahumada, but it happens to be there.
Yeah.
Even in Sanhok, like, are we expecting something unpredictable again?
Yeah, I think so. I expect something unexpected.
What can you expect if it's unexpected?
Something unexpected happening. Maybe like the big battle between like the big team, or maybe like the downfall of the strong contender in the Sanhok area. Yeah, anything can happen, especially like in the first Sanhok, right? Because like the first map is actually usually used for adapting.
Yeah, I mean the first day. You can say it the first day, since everybody, you know, some teams actually fighting each other in the play-ins. But the thing is, there are 5 teams. 5 teams is huge and change the dynamic of the game entirely. So they have to reset their territory, have another go of revision, and just do their thing for PUBG Mobile, because they need all 3 maps to be played first. Then only they know what's going to happen after the half of our day, which we're going to reset back towards Erangel and Miramar. Then things are going to start to be a bit more stable, less clashes in the early matches, but it will be really a lot of crossfire in the mid of the match.
Yes, but by the way, Chuchu, after 2 games that we watched for today and the opening day of the grand final itself, we can see that Chinese Taipei has given us like a kind of a surprise with that kind of result that they got. What about now? Who do you think give you much surprise in terms of like regarding the second game in Miramar?
I mean, like, I'm not easily impressed, guys. I'm
Really?
Sorry. Yeah, I'm
Hard
not
to
easily
impress?
impressed. Yeah, I'm not easily impressed. My expectations are this high.
Okay,
We watched thousands and thousands of games. You need to impress me with more. Maybe with a pen.
Okay.
If a panda, I'll be impressed.
Okay,
but you know
then.
what? I think we kind of miss to know who's the MVP for this round.
Of course, and the MVP is Puncher from Kazakhstan. I believe Team Titan that collected 4 elimination points with 978 total damage, and also heals himself up up to 122.
I think that's like what, maybe 6 bandages and that's it.
Yeah. Puncher become like a puncher for all of the team.
I mean, if his elimination distance is less than 100 or even 0, then he's a real puncher in real life and in the game.
Yeah.
I would love to see that because I've seen that before. Like the longest elimination, the shortest elimination was 0. I think that was within Pan.
Oh, yeah.
Within a game, the longest elimination distance was like less than 50. I've seen that before.
Okay. So, the next match is we gonna have Sandhawk, yeah?
Yeah, we're gonna have to jinx a team.
Oh no, hopefully not. Hopefully not. The jinx era is done.
Are you sure?
Hopefully, it's only for the group stage, not for the grand final, because the grand final only 5 matches a day.
Too early.
I hope not, jinx. Okay, so the prediction for next match on Sandhawk is I'm gonna rooting for team Vietnam.
Oh, she's gonna go back to her usual. You know what?
Yeah.
When Donna goes back to her usual stuff, she's gonna change the team.
Oh my God, no.
For me, I'm loving the fact how actually Turkey is playing. So I'm gonna go with Turkey this time.
Okay, Turkey all over again.
I mean, like I didn't get to do the first one. Hey, mine not counted. I get to do this one, right? Hey.
Let's go PMGC Grand Finals, because actually, like, I really also want to see the big fight, the big game that coming from Team Turkey as well.
I mean, like, when are they not fighting?
Yeah,
they keep on just gunning people down. I mean, like, the teams that we should be looking out for when it comes to aggression, I think Mercy will be one of it. Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Turkey, even Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan may be a bit late when it comes to the party. They might actually take, some time to just start things off. So the teams that really love aggression when it's the start of a match, I have a feeling like Saudi, Jordan, and also a side of Turkey.
Yeah. Well, let's see. But talking about Sandhawk all over again, I discussed it earlier with Eldoge in Erangel, and I asked for his prediction in terms of a hot spot or a hot drop spot that is gonna happening inside of Erangel itself. But for you, Chuchu, where do you think the place is gonna be a hot spot or a hot drop in Sandhawk?
I mean, like in World Esports Championship, I can't really tell. So far, we've seen a lot of unusual drops, right? Like, why would you drop there? There's so many good places. I want to see a bootcamp fight, really, because bootcamp easily navigate themselves into any side of a map. It's the center of a map. If you be in the center of a map, it's never too much of a distance for you to travel towards any side of a part of a circle.
Yeah, actually, yes. But for me, is actually I'm kind of hoping to see some Painan fight again, all over again, because previously in the
we don't have Libya.
Yeah, or maybe the other 5 grand finalists is gonna take Libya's place in Painan and make a big fight. It's gonna be a very interesting story though, because Painan is the center of the map itself, kind of thing, I believe. Talking about the center position or the center map, the center city of the Sandhawk itself, which position or which city that do you think is the center of Sandhawk? Is it Bootcamp?
Bootcamp. For me, it's Bootcamp. It's always Bootcamp.
Bootcamp.
Because one of the reasons why Bootcamp is just next to the river of all 3 islands.
Yeah,
in case they have to shift to it, the west side of both the small islands is easier for them within reach. It's not too far off towards Camp Alpha or Camp Charlie. So if that happens, even Paradise Resort is actually a good place to start with. They got abundance of loot, and it's a huge space, and plus it's easy to defend as well because it's multi-level of stairs and also a sort of a double-story building. But if you compare with Bootcamp, now Bootcamp, it's hard to defend it as well because of how many corners you have to pick just to defend it.
Yeah, actually yes. But talking about Painan though, I think it's kind of can quite become a center of the map itself, because Painan itself separated between 2 different islands, right? And across the river as well for the Painan. And Painan actually because we usually see some kind of an extreme kind of circle happening inside of Sandhawk, and actually Painan become the what is this? What I can tell, choke point or
Yeah,
checkpoint for all of the
I
teams.
agree.
That kind of like going towards the center of the circle.
I agree. Like if Hartin, example, there's bridges in Point and there's also bridges on top of Hartin. If it happens to be on the northern circle, the Hartin bridge will be the choke point. But usually if it's in the mainland or the main island where we have all three islands, the biggest one on around Camp Bravo, that's going to be the most biggest choke point if it's on Point and so many teams we cut across unless if you want to take a longer rotation or you take it by the boat. It's so hard for us to see any boat rotations here.
Yeah, actually, I only saw it like a couple times and it is like only happening in Erangel but not in Sandhawk. But in talking about like boat rotation, in PMPL Indonesia, I usually see that kind of rotation a lot, and usually it comes from team that has a drop spot in the northern area of the map himself and going towards maybe the Sea Islands or the western area of the map himself, but not with this in this IESF 14th World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So yeah, a lot of things need to be wrapped out in this first Sandhawk that we're gonna witness in just a minute, because I think the players is gonna get ready.
Yep, I mean like at Sandhawk is the least map being played by any sort of tournament. So they are probably thinking about how many Sandhawk we have to play per day. It's gonna be only one time Sandhawk. We're gonna be playing 5 maps per day, starting off with Rangel, Miramar, then Sandhawk, and then back to Rangel and Miramar. So there's never going to be a back-to-back same map here. And speaking of Sandhawk, the thing is, this time we have 16 teams.
Yeah, finally!
We have 16 teams. So
Finally.
it won't be as easy during the play-ins.
Actually, yes, because like we gonna see a full pack, a full action kinda gameplay that is gonna happening. And while we're waiting for the next game to we jump into, we kind of can see some of the players now. So with this kind of like a players game, you can know the players within the teams as well, how they look, because like in this past like 2 or more years, we only got like an online tournament, right, Juju? So we don't get to like see the real face of the players himself.
Yeah, I'm seeing Chua just now. I mean, like Chua, you can smile a bit sometimes. But before that, before we're heading into Sandhawk, we're definitely gonna just giving it a break for ourselves. I need some Hydro Cocoa. I think, Donna, maybe you love some Hydro Cocoa?
Yeah, me as well. I really want to take it. Okay then.
Can we take it?
Yeah,
so we're gonna
take
head
it.
the break for a bit and see you guys in just a couple of minutes.
See you again. Bye-bye.
Apa ya? Makanan yang harganya receh tapi enaknya mantul.
Banyak pengen loh. Ini dia. Menu receh, harga receh, dijamin enaknya mantul.
Enak banget. Coba, Mel.
Apapun yang kamu pengenin, di sini referensi lengkapnya.
Ada yang ngiler.
Jajan terus bareng makan receh dan enaknya mantul. Ini baru Trans 7.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the 14th IESF World Esports Championship PUBG Mobile with me, Eldoge, and still with
Juju.
Yeah.
It's the same name but different ending. It's Do, Na, and suddenly they changed to a different gender entirely. It's Doggy. Yeah. I'm playing with your names right now.
Yeah, I know. Do, Na, do. Doge is
Which
actually,
Dodo is it? It's Doge.
It's Doge right now. So I accompany you guys to watch the third games because Miramar was so amazing. I really like how the high ground gameplay and then how they use the utility, and suddenly Brunei did it pretty well, and we discussed a lot about Brunei.
Yeah, stay strong, brother. You didn't get to call your favorite map. I get it.
But for Brunei though, why there's no pro league on their country?
Wow, I mean, should we answer here? It's going to be a very dramatic response from the audience, maybe. I'm hoping for us to actually see Bruneians in their own, like, they have respected also part of the PMPL team.
Yeah.
They have the potential. We're waiting for them to come in. Oh, because they have what it takes.
Yeah.
They definitely have what it takes. We're talking about here, the standards are going to be the global players. Because basically we do have, they put the standards up high with the 5 blocks team here coming up from Turkey and 1 million team as well coming up from the side of Morocco.
Yeah.
And we have Titan Gaming from Kazakhstan. So basically my manager told me just now, hey, the Kazakhstan team is actually trying to have a bit of a revenge and redeeming themselves in the PMGC.
Oh.
Because it's just 1 point shy from getting into qualified.
Yeah, that's totally true. So, back again to Brunei. We hope the
You're
next Pro
praying.
League, they will have it. Because the quality, like Juji already mentioned a lot, is up there. Even they can qualify towards the grand final, and not only qualify, but with a strong performance, 3 back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner, and starting the day with only second game, they got the winner-winner chicken dinner. And that is so amazing because the position is not easy for them, but still managed to get the win.
Oh yeah, they're definitely having the toughest spot. If you actually notice, since the last match, right? The last match, they're not in a very good spot from the start. We're talking about like Kazakhstan actually had the high grounds, the elevation, but it's just they can't be aware of everything that's going around them. But you know what? We don't want to waste any more time. Enough with the big maps. Let's jump straight into our rainforest of Sanhok.
Yup. And I think Donna already gave her prediction about Vietnam.
What about yours?
And I think I agree with that because Vietnam is one of the strongest contender when it comes to Sanhok. Like I mentioned a lot when it comes to play-ins, their gameplay from Eagle is on par with Xavier also. But I think I heard a lot of shout coming from the other venue, which is iStage.
Yeah, the next stage.
So yeah, CSGO is kind of amazing also at the IESF. So the flight path coming from Lakawi towards Hatin. But back to Sanhok, everyone can go anywhere they want. But Iraq, I think is the fastest team right now to go maximize their loot for the game.
Oh, we do have contenders in Bootcamp, and it's going to be Camp Alpha all the way. Look at this, ladies and gents. What a start here. We are being feasted by the side of Brunei's fighting against Sri Lanka. Chewy with AKM. Take Doom down. Another Amore. Down to 2 more players. It was within flash. And one more!
Oh my God! And the shot coming from Brunei is like a statement. Do not go to bootcamp. This is our place in Brunei. After the winner-winner chicken dinner, there isn't any jinx. They are still inside the game with 4 eliminations.
The Bruneians with that corn head, I mean like, you're being finished by a corn.
By a corn.
That's just how scary corns are, guys.
Yeah, especially in PUBG Mobile because it's a cute skin, but sometimes corn fight back. I mean like corn fight back. You ate a lot of corn, but sometimes corn are fighting back.
Don't eat popcorn though.
Yeah,
they might choke you to death.
All right, but I think the fight is not finished yet because Kampong, 2 teams right now, South Korea and also Team Turkey, and I think the position from the players of Turkey is kind of interesting because it's not a usual one. Even right now, he can see the players from South Korea are moving around. The nades, it is cooked perfectly, but it is not connected. I guess there's a stair right there, and South Korea is still moving around. And I really like how they're moving as a unit, and I think Catch still waiting the time, still waiting the momentum to catch the player.
But the moment he tossed that nade just now, just giving away his position to it's where he's at on the rooftop. But where are the rest of the Turkey teams? We're looking over as now Korebi spotted our big star on the ground first. Mathboy will be next if he's not being careful, but Catch, he's alone. Now Lutz, when the rest just happens to be nearby. Yura taking on Lutz, who just arriving back towards the side of Solo. He doesn't have any helmet, but who cares? He don't have enough time. We'll take it on Lutz. Finish it off straight away. Catch managed to retaliate. Solus will finish off those on the ground. Waiting on the outskirts and outside. Solus is done.
My
God. It's going to be Soul K to do the play. It's on Soul K's shoulder. Can he clutch this?
1v2 situation, but Soul K, this is a really big news. One of the strongest contender, Turkey, just went back to the lobby by the gameplay of South Korea.
Should I stop predicting teams?
I guess the jinx still happen, I guess, for the casters.
Feels bad now.
Feels bad, but again, South Korea, a strong performance, moving as a unit, do the body system well. I think that's the key for a short or a close combat coming from South Korea and Turkey.
Just within less than 5 minutes into the match, we already lost 2 teams. It's still the first phase, by the way. We're like, what? 4 minutes into the game, remain with 14 players, and some teams where you don't have enough players to start with, especially coming up from Bruneians, they're already having heavy casualty, even though they got themselves a last chicken. Now, feels like a curse to get that chicken. Every single match.
Yeah,
if you get
yeah,
your
yeah.
chicken, the next one you're going to be a bit too soon now.
That's what I'm saying about it. It's a jinx about the winner chicken dinner after chicken. The Tucson area, but Brunei still managed with 2 players. We'll see later because we are moving to the Painan side, Egypt right now. It's a central part. You can move anywhere else easily by Painan, but I'm kind of distracted because a lot of shout coming from the other venue. So for those of you guys who are the fans of CSGO or Counter-Strike Global Offensive, you can go towards the ice stage and witness what match they have there.
I mean, like, just come over for PUBG Mobile as well. We need more people here to give
Oh,
more
yeah.
energy. I mean, like, come on, guys.
Come on.
But for the side of Vietnam, to get on Kalagat again, as always, it's going to be Kalagat. You know, a bit naughty one. On the side of Chinese Taipei, Hong AZIGL jumps straight into the waters and swims he go. And it's going to be a very fishy day for the side of Chinese Taipei today.
Totally, totally. Even I do not see where's the other teammates. Only Hong right now in our view. But I think Iraq realized where is their prey. They want to catch Hong. But Hong is actually really smart. He's swimming not in the open but near the cliff. So it is not easy to be shot by Iraq player. But I think the tempo, the aggression already lowered down because most of the team already have their place. They are not clashing again at the same spot. So we'll see later. Iraq still collecting what he needs and coming to Sunhawk. Even you are not dropping at the big spot like big cities like Paradise, Bootcamp, you still can collecting a lot of loots you need. But Brunei just fighting Sri Lanka. Right now there is a guest coming from the north, which is Saudi Arabia.
Yep, coming up from Paradise Resort earlier. Saudi Arabia happens to be passing by on the outskirts of Bootcamp, but they have no intention of going inside the compound itself, just passing by peacefully and not even trying to go for any warning shots. Straight away, SK Tan and the rest of them jumping into the waters as it's going to be a hard-team circle, straight Camp Alpha all the way. Like we mentioned before, if this happens for the first circle pops, everybody is moving in one direction. Now the choking point will be right on the outskirts of Tambang Bridge, and even the choking point will be in the hard-team circle, but Kazakhstan not having a great day, as we do have the Pakistan players exchanging and trading for 1-1 from quite a distance even.
Yeah, totally. And this is the classic Pakistan. They are so fast when it comes to the circle. You already mentioned about the Camp Alpha circle. So that way, a lot of players right now trying their best to go towards the Camp Alpha because the bridge is hard to be controlled with if you are late going to the circle. So that way, like Saudi Arabia already swam towards the circle. Pakistan already with having the high ground control, and I think a lot of teams will do the same for later on. Back to Indonesian side. Still near the bootcamp area, I think it is not a good situation for them, especially when the circle shift a lot towards the Camp Alpha or the Alpha Island area. They need to move. I think they want to go towards the central part of the map, which is the northern side of the Painan itself. But I do not see or still do not see any vehicle or any transportation device they can use because it's too risky going to that place.
I agree. It's just best on foot here right now. They're coming out from quarry, just going to loot out for a bit, and they don't have enough when it comes to their utilities. Do have a couple of mat kits or first aids to work with, but I'm surprised nobody dropped even in Sami because we used to, like in the Southeast Asia region, we used to play healing game when it comes to Sunhawk, but it's not that much applicable in this state right now because their teams are so proactive, very aggressive if you compare it with all the other tournaments. Now back to the side of Brazil on the other hand, they're having a good day to have a bit of a drive. I think this might be around on the southern part, so it's going to be Dadin and the rest of them trying to scout out if there's anybody to be passing by. Now they are on top of quarry, but in the meantime, that was so lucky coming up from the Indonesian team because they might actually just bump into each other if the Indonesians are not migrating earlier.
Oh yeah, that's totally true. And I really like how Brazil did the job really well. I mean, it is so important to have Buggy, I guess, at Sunhawk right now because it is a really good vehicle to spot another enemies and also spotting is there any possibility for someone who can do the backstep towards your team. And I think Brazil did it quite well so far. But back again to the side of Egypt and Pakistan. Two teams with the same mindset. They want to go to the high ground of Alpha Island, and right now I guess the contenders is Egypt because I think they still do not know the trap coming from Pakistan will be happen for a short time.
Well, I'm surprised how the side of Vietnam and as well as a Chinese Taipei are not showing themselves because they're supposed to be here. But here comes Krona, bring around the Resi towards the rock structure. Table taking on with their support fight coming out from behind. But it's going to be Pakistan versus the side of Egypt here. They're trading for 1-2-1. 2 knockdown for the side of Egypt, but not being finished off straight away. Tyle and Arthur try to do the plays with a shotgun.
Oh my
but
God.
It's not going to be enough as Egypt, again, one of those teams who will be a bit early to be eliminated.
Like I mentioned, this is a trap happened or set up by Team Pakistan, and it did pretty well, or they are doing it pretty well because a lot of position, a lot of angle, and Egypt, I think, still do not know where's the exact position of these two players, which is Daku and Pharaoh, and they really doing it well. But look at the zone. It shifts a lot to the Alpha Island, and it must be a movement coming from all the players. Even Maldives right now, they fail to maybe search for a boat, and they are swimming towards the western part of the map and going to the Alpha Island.
I mean, I do love Maldives Beach.
Oh, yeah.
They're definitely having a go. Having a bit of a, you know, home vibe.
Home vibes,
by
okay.
swimming there. So, I mean, like, yeah, you guys should watch out for Maldives Beach because they are really cool. But back towards the side of Chem Alpha just now, I'm surprised why one of a team like Chinese Taipei and the side of Vietnam, they've already, that's like one of their initial drop spot. They should have gatekeep there while they can because the circle just happens to be on their side. And they can actually take that to their advantage, but they're doing nothing right now. They're just waiting and sitting on their own respective compound, waiting for somebody else to pass by while they can actually take things, take everything into their hand if they want to.
Yeah, that's actually my big question too, because coming to Chinese Taipei when we saw them at the play-ins, if they already have their place, like as Tosnovka military base, they will do the gatekeep. But I think different teams, different treatment. So we'll see later, because moving to the side of Kazakhstan, they're still quite aggressive, even though they already lost one of their player. But they want to do the gatekeep pretty well with two different angles, Exer, Lone, and the other two players, which is Puncher, the the latest MVP, and also TAQ, still on the high ground. Even they already have the compound right now, they really want to gatekeep the movement from Maldives.
Yeah, they just want to dock themselves for the side of Maldives, but they were not giving up any space. Here come Puncher, previous MVP in Murama. But can he do it again when it comes to this map here? Puncher try to spare out, just playing around the corners towards the side of Maldives player while they're trying to buy time for the rest of the teammate to swim over. Now they are praying, trying to attract the attention the other way. Addy have to do so much work by himself to buy space and time for the team, but Addy couldn't hold on much longer. Toxin and the rest of them are still swimming as he should be the sacrificial lamb for the team. But Toxin, he's knocked down by the side of Kazakhstan. Even Axa just going to finish him off straight away. Toxin is just cannot be saved at this very moment.
Yep, the position of Axa is so good. Even right now, Puncher got the position to two of player from Maldives being knocked down. It is not easy for Maldives because, again, they are swimming on the open, different with what Sri Lanka did before, Chinese Taipei did before. But right now, the last man standing, which is Matt, at low HP, and that's the end for Maldives, I guess. A really good gatekeep coming from Team Kazakhstan.
Oh, man, I just wish they have a boat at this point, really. Because if they can, maybe, I mean, like, how did Addy and the rest of them kind of being separated so much? I do realize that Addy might be the scout and try to just give information. But at the same time, that's just really unfortunate. Just really unfortunate timing of everything that happens within seconds, and they couldn't get out of there. And they happened to be just taking a breath, taking a bit of a deep breath up there after a long dive. And you know what? The team of Kazakhstan happened to be scoping as well. There's just perfect timing coming from Kazakhstan, but missed timing on the end of the side of Maldives. Now back to the side of Jordan. They have been very quiet today.
Been quiet when it comes to Sanhok, I guess, because from the previous game, when it comes to Miramar, I think Jordan speaks a lot about their movement, and they are so good. And back to Indonesia. This is what I predicted. They are going to the central part, north part of Painan when it comes to the middle part of map itself. But again, they're still waiting. Maybe where is the next circle? But I think this is still not a good idea because most of the teams are going to the central. But the third circle, I think, quite favors a lot of team which already inside the circle right now. Because after this, a lot of team will have a hard time going to the circle. Not many ways you can go there.
But the thing is, if the circle heart shift to the southeast part, and back to the very small island of the Camp Charlie. Now that's going to be a bit of a problem, don't we? And it's going to be really a headache for these guys. Back to the side of Morocco, having Marshall just squeezing into the safe zone. Sankey taking on Dannon from Brazil. It happens to be Brazil taking up the Blues in quite a lot. I'm not sure how many first aid they have, but Sankey with the DBS M416 already prepared to play the healing game with 23 in the back.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite logical when you can't enter the zone anymore. Sanhok is a very small map, so that way, if you already can't enter the circle, you just send the best of your teammates. I mean, like, if you have 4, maybe 3 can do the job, try to fight the other enemies, but if you can left one person behind with a lot of first aid, with this kind of circle, you still can manage to push your placement point, and that's really important.
I mean, like, it's Sanhok. We know the healing game. And we're going to see might be one of the highest healing in this entire tournament. Back to the side of SK-Ton. Saudi Arabia with M416 spot out their vehicles. Just going to push the tires open. Just blew it up. They're making sure they can't rotate for the side of Iraq team. Now, Volt and the rest of them are not happy about this. They definitely try to see where the shot's coming out from, but it's just too high up there. There's just hard for them to land anything from this point of view. But Chinese Taipei still around Cam Alpha. Now finally we're looking at them trying to just take this as their own compound to defend it. But the problem is they need to take actions right now. They need to get here and be a bit more aggressive before more teams coming in, and that's a bit too late for them to go every corner possible. Yeah,
I mean, for Chinese Taipei, even after this, it is very hard movement coming from them. I mean, they need to go towards the top of the hill, which already was capped by players of Saudi. Even in the front of them, Iraq teams already there. So that way, it's not an easy way, especially if the circle shift again towards the right side of the map. But we'll see later because we haven't seen the condition about that. Still, with a calm before the storm, classic Sanhok when it comes to the third circle. After this, less than 1 minute is the next or the big deal. Where is the circle? Where it will be, and it will change a lot. I mean, a lot of fights will happen, especially for those who want to do a movement towards the circle.
I mean, like, if it happens to be ending in between Camp Charlie and over Camp Alpha, that's going to be a really a headache, but it's going to be fun for us.
Yeah,
there'll be so many fishes swimming. There'll be a lot of mermans.
Mermans?
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of mermen. There's going to be a lot of marines guarding as well. So they have to pick it very, very efficiently for the players to know. I mean, like, IGL in Sanhok is always so important. Yes, the other maps are important as well, but when it comes to a very small island like Sanhok, you have to really make sure your judgment is right. Back to the side of Nunes on the side of Brazil, and they are just trying to bait out. I think that's going to be coming up from Morocco team just behind them, but he's not taking up the bit. They already start healing for some of the teams. So you know what? They're not even going to bother to get into the circle. They're just letting go. It's going to be 3-1 formation usually, right? Then one will be left behind and keep on healing for the placement points.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is a very hard circle. Like, we already discussed a lot when it comes to teams that are late going to the circle. And this circle really, really frustrating for all of the players. And Vietnam, again, I don't know, Vietnam is really good at Sanhok itself. They can control the gameplay, the tempo, I mean, like the prediction of the circle. But coming to Kazakhstan, so active from Axar, but being knocked down from far ahead. South Korea, the team that are quite aggressive today. They are showing their best, and one of the players from Kazakhstan down. But South Korea still having a big task right now, and it's quite tough because it is not easy to go towards the circle. Even there's no vehicle, but there's a counter shot. Puncher with a passion gameplay. Prone first, then revealing the position when the target is locked down easily.
Kazakhstan's really good when it comes to trying to get information POV towards a wide angle view to just keep things going. Taking the racks of Kazakhstan team on left with only 2 players. Even though it's a 2, it feels like they have a 4 here. They don't need that much man to actually just getting on one more down. Now, the team coming up from South Korea are going to have a bit of a problem. Now, we're talking about they're going to play healing game, but they are with 2 players who will get into the safe zone. Pakistan taking on Chinese Taipei, who should be having this advantage of the Kemal Island because they are one of the first few to drop here. I'm surprised how they're just letting themselves being shot down like that.
Yeah, that's a big question coming to a Chinese Taipei, I guess, because Vietnam already got their compound. Yeah, I mean, they have a lot of vision, especially this particular compound. You can see towards the top of the hill, like I already mentioned, look at Vietnam. Lot of vision, but they need to be worried about the movement from Morocco. But back to the other place, too open for Indonesian teams right now, even being knocked down by the enemies near them, which is Brunei Darussalam, because Brunei really know how to handle this situation well, because they're from bootcamp, they know the edge of the cliff, and they know all the terrain that can be played. And right now, Indonesia, I think, quite late about the movement, but maybe is still left behind for the backstabber and shooting coming from maybe, but it is not doing well because Chewy with a prawn shot 2 on point and maybe need to be sent to the lobby.
I have to agree with Brunei's judgment call as well. They're just so good when it comes to the terrains and know exactly where to stand and peek here. Chewy and Newbie, only with 2 players, they managed to just give so much pressure to a sort of Indonesian team. Lermont and Martin, just as they lost Will earlier, there's nothing that can be done to actually save their teammates. It's quite out in the open. Marshall taking out Golden off the rug, but Newbie being spotted out by Martin. Now this is going to be a revenge call, but Martin, no time to lose. Last first aid. He needs to get out of it. And Lermont still got 1 last first aid there. 2 more if he uses the next one. And the circle shifted again, and it's going to be Vietnam taking the main compound with also 1 player coming up from Storm, which is going to be coming up from Kazakhstan. Volt Marshall with a high ground, giving so much pressure on top, but Volt managed to flee away in between the valleys.
Yeah, there was a really good momentum coming for Iraq, even though Reva, I think, still can't be revived easily. But yeah, the movement from the other teammates helpful, and yeah, for this time, he still can revive. But back again to the Pakistan side with 6 elimination, but down by the shot coming from Titan or Kazakhstan through the smokes though.
No, that was a blind shot, by the way. But in the way he posed himself before he died, just cooking up there. It looks heroic.
Yeah, it looks heroic.
It looks heroic.
Again, it's an elimination for Team Kazakhstan. So
what an unfortunate moment.
Unfortunate for the movement from Pakistan. So, but speaking of unfortunate, from Kazakhstan, the passenger, one of the player, which is Puncher, being knocked down easily because it's too open. But Taeakyu, this is what we are seeing a lot when it comes to the late game, and you are only left with only 1 player. A high-risk movement need to be done, but Kazakhstan, he knows he is going to the 1 million or Morocco side, but Taeakyu, I think it's too open, and Vietnam got the last elimination. Another elimination for Vietnam. Even short time after that, Saudi Arabia went back to the lobby.
He just drives straight into the monster's lair there. We're talking about the crossfire. Back to the side of Chua. We're talking about the Vietnam team earlier. They got himself quite in the center before, but the circle shifted again. But they got a clear view coming from Marshall for the Americans. They're taking on Iraq team 1 by 1, like flies dropping. Iraq just being cornered so hard. Marshall kept the pressure on with Sankey on the end. While we do have Ninho from Brazil, have been cornered by the side of Jordan. We have Vietnam still sitting this quietly as a third party. Just going to CCTV the way, but there are teams that finished off by the play zone as well. Hong coming up as they're playing the healing game for Chinese Taipei. It didn't last long enough. We're down to only 5 teams here with Ninho trying to defend this solo-handedly.
Yeah, it is not easy for Nino because look at those players. 3 players from Jordan actually still circling about a compound. I think they're searching, and Nino actually knows where's the position, and Lazy Boy knocked down one of the player from Team Jordan, but the comeback coming from Jordan still quite strong. Back again to the Morocco side. They still have the high ground. Vietnam, I think, will do the movement right now because only 1 compound inside the circle, and I think Vietnam with a proactive movement is still good, but Jordan is Sawi again and again showing us his quality long-range shooting towards players of Morocco, I mean.
It's going to be 4v3, v2 with Jordans on the least man side. Got himself only 2 players left. Marshall and Lazy Boy. They got himself the third player right on a bit of elevations. It's going to be Sankey hovering around to the side of a Vietnam team, moving as a team, as a unit, in unison. Vietnam tried to just put Tuanzi as the flanker, while Sao is still waiting in the compounds for the Jordans. They try to just stay quietly and let the others to have a bit of a CQC first, and they're butting in as the third party. Winnie, they're going to try to just relocate the players of Moroccan, but they're just blinded by the smoke right now. But the moment the smoke clears up, it's going to be 15 to 20 seconds for the smoke bomb. But it's going to be Sawi. Who have thought the Jordans are not that quiet at all?
I mean, not even the smokes just disappear. The shooting coming from Jordan is just to 1 point. I mean, they analyzed the movement really well, and even one player left with Morocco inside the circle, because the other one, I think, is the investment, doing the healing outside of circle, like I already mentioned, which is Senkai. I think Senkai need to be disciplined. He can't shoot all the players, because if he lost even only 1 second, the healing game will be failed. But Lazy Boy is not lazy to moving, but still spotted. But Jordan, look at their shot, look at their aggressiveness. They really want to shoot towards all the players from Vietnam, and I think Asawi will expose himself. It is not easy for Asawi. It's too open field, 2 versus 1 situation, shooting from the high ground. Asawi still managed to have a counter attack, but still not easy. And another anticlimactic win, I think, for Vietnam, because the last man standing from Morocco still doing the healing, which is Senkai. And again, what a strong performance. The shooting coming from Senkai. One elimination is confirmed. No, it doesn't work that well. But congratulations for Vietnam for the winner chicken dinner at Sunhawk.
Valiant effort coming up from Sankar just now, but unfortunately, it's just not on his hands and not on his side for the circle. To be closing up his side is just too far off, and he got himself quite a down climbing moment if he wants to actually push forward. But still, for Vietnam team, congratulations with that chicken dinner. We got ourselves our winner for Sunhawk. They are very good when it comes to migration and navigating through the entire set. You got it right.
Yeah.
You guys
I got it
right.
right. Because when it comes to Vietnam, like I mentioned a lot, I don't know. They are one of the strongest contender when it comes to Sunhawk. I mean, Eagle is the team for the representative of Vietnam right now. It is really on par with the Xavier gameplay. I don't know. They just have the magic when it comes to Sunhawk. Because, you know, previously, Saudi is actually controlling the high ground so well, but suddenly it is changed. It is changed with the gameplay from Vietnam itself. They can move as a unit really good when it comes to the high ground and won the game. And look at this corn. Sometimes corn fights back. So yeah, do not eat a lot of corns, guys.
I'm scared. I'm traumatized by corns now. But for the most unfortunate team for this round, I have to say it's going to be the side of Maldives.
Yeah.
They just want to dock themselves up there, but being stopped by so many Marines waiting at the shorelines. That's why I told Donald earlier, I'm surprised nobody tried to take the boat route, because that's an option for them if they need to, instead of swimming. Because for the side of Sawi, for the last few moments, I mean, like, he was last in the first 8. He got nothing else to lose. That's the only option he has. At least he almost finished off one player in the last minute. It's just, you know, being blocked by the structures of a rock in between. But still, Vietnam, even though they have been a bit quiet early on, they still managed to eliminate 7 out of all the other players out there, securing themselves 22 points.
I mean, when it comes to Sanok, I think the best way, especially for the first day, you need to be quiet at the early, because, you know, a team like Brunei fought a lot, even 8 elimination, but they failed to get the placement, because it is so hard to defend yourself at Sanok. It's too many open field. A lot of teams can interrupt your fight. So that way, a really good effort coming from Vietnam. They are just patient, going to the compound. Even I think only one aggression coming from them when it comes to one elimination to Chinese Taipei, if I'm not mistaken, because they won the compound. And starting from that point, they just need to wait. They just need to analyze the circle, the shifting of the circle. And at the last moment, when they still have 4 players or 4 manpower, they can do more proactive thing to go to the circle, then securing the compound, and suddenly it becomes the conqueror of the map.
I mean, like, yeah, I'm waiting for a team like that, actually, to have a balance of both.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, but today is still the first day, so I kind of respect that as well, because they need some time to just sort of, you know, mark their own territories and understand the enemy territories. So for the first day, I have a feeling we might end up with a lot of eliminations there. While they try to, you know, securing their territories, they might actually try to rank up with a lot of high kill volume. But back to our overall stats, we don't have as much as the previous match. A lot of, I mean, like, it's Sunhawk.
Yeah, it's Sunhawk.
It's Sunhawk, guys. Even the healing in the planes, not as this much, honestly speaking.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to Sunhawk, first of all, it's 16 teams, so I think it's adding more for the heal. But
we have to emphasize 16 teams.
16 teams. But I guess the only team committing enough when doing the healing, it's only 2 teams so far, which is Morocco, and I think they're doing it quite well, which is Senkai, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Senkai.
Yeah, and one more is Chinese Taipei. But I guess for Chinese Taipei sides, they failed to get a lot of first aid, because after the 5th circle, you really need the first aid. But welcome to the MVP, the most valuable players, like I already mentioned from the play-ins, need to change his name, because he's not newbie anymore. He's like a pro, I guess. 5 elimination, and here we go. Oh,
newbie!
What a sign, newbie!
Yeah, there goes Bruneians. I mean, like, come on, guys. Give them their own pro league.
Yeah.
We need that.
We need that. I mean, in this quality of gameplay, even newbie, you know.
What happened to the camera?
What happened? I mean, like, from 8 eliminations, 6 comes from newbie. So that way, really carry the game, even though all of the teammates also have the portion, giving the information, giving the spirit. But newbie, again, as an individual, the skill is up there.
I'm really enjoying it. I've caught so many of their games as well. Like, they used to be known as Buah-Buahan.
Buah-Buahan?
Yeah, Fruits. Like,
okay.
Fruit Team. I don't know, is it Fruits Esports? But it's going to be a Fruity team at first. So they've been playing along together for quite some time now. So they kind of got the chemistry. It's just they've never been exposed to too much of Pro League tournament. They did actually have a lot of scrims with the Pro team, but it's so different with the pressure, right?
Totally.
So right now I'm loving the fact that they're holding themselves, their composure, their calmness is just holding everything else together so well, even though they rarely show themselves in the pro scene ever.
I mean, it's not only about their skill. Yeah. It's not only about they are having a lot of experience, but when it comes to IESF, it's an offline stage. It's a venue, and they still manage to get a lot of elimination, strong performance. What else do you need? It's a compact team, I guess. So yeah, please,
I agree.
PUBG Mobile, make the Pro League in Brunei Darussalam.
We need it.
Yeah.
We need it more than everybody else now. But you know what? What we need right now is another break, because we're going to have back to As It Wrangled, our OG Magnet Classical. And it's going to be still the 16 teams, but you guys should not go in and stay tuned. We're going to head over for a break. I'll see you guys in a bit.
Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, Antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis Food Grade. Awas merek anti kuman tangan. Di Amerika atau Singapura pun banyak yang dilarang. Yang ramah, Antis, wangi jasmine tea. Tangan tetap lembut, bisa langsung makan. Antis Food Grade.
Berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus, berat pikiran. Plosa Citrus, daya semangat alam. Hisap, segarnya menembus kepala. Pikiran enteng dan lega. Plosa bisa kerok dan pijat. Masuk angin, mantap. Plosa Citrus. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah. Korban demam berdarah jutaan orang. Nyamuk demam berdarah adalah nyamuk siang hari. Oleh Sovel 2 kali, pagi dan sore. Nyamuk tidak bisa gigit lagi. Sovel, tolak nyamuk demam berdarah.
Get Galaxy A33 5G. Galaxy A33 5G with awesome battery. Buy now. Get Galaxy A53 5G.
Why?
Because
This is smooth.
Galaxy A53 5G with awesome smooth display. Buy now.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Drama terus. Nonton nih komedi yang nyegerin, lucunya gak habis-habis. Ngelospol. Capek hati drama mulu, mending dibawa happy.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi, nonton apa sekarang?
we're already halfway through the day for today. And welcome back to the caster desk with me, Donoviska, and also El Doge. And we're gonna see the second Erangel is gonna be played by all of the countries, all of the teams here. Finally, we got to see the second Erangel.
Yep. Chinese Taipei did it well when it comes to the first Erangel. Not only chicken dinner, but double-digit elimination. So, will see another Chinese Taipei with aggression, defending also so good, or even the other team will play it really well? Because I think from the distribution of power, it's already quite changed a bit when it comes to Sunhawk, I think. So Vietnam is still strong. We know Vietnam is a really strong country when it comes to Sunhawk, but the other team, like Morocco, can ups and down. Then the team like Saudi, ups and down also, and team like Kazakhstan, even with a lot of elimination, but not a good placement for a while. So yeah, it's still so competitive coming from all the countries, all the region in the grand finals.
Did I predict it for Vietnam the last time?
I am.
Yeah.
I am, and you are too.
Yeah. Yay!
Let's go.
Finally.
I think because we cast a lot about PUBG Mobile, especially at Southeast area, Southeast Asia. I mean, like Vietnam is really strong. Xavier is one of the best example, and look at Eagle. Also, I think same gameplay. They are just quite patient, wait for the right momentum, have the good compound, and at the end, we are still strong with 4 players, and you guys are already wiped for about 2-3 players, so easy lah.
Yeah, easy lah. But it was the flag down there that you just saw, it was actually like from the previous match, which is Sunhawk actually, yeah. And how about Erangel? After the domination of Chinese Taipei, and they were really strong, the Chinese Taipei playing in Erangel, and we witnessing some of the greatest move or the greatest war has been happening in the first Erangel. What do you think the second Erangel is gonna be? How is it from your perspective?
Because it's still the first day, Donna. So it really depends on the circle. We can say that the only team, it's quite bold, but I can say this, the only team I think so far with the good or even great movement about the short decision making, I think it's Jordan. Jordan's creative enough to move around. I mean, even they are not favored by the circle, they still can go toward the circle, but most of the teams still favors by the circle if they want to play well. But I think it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect a lot, because it's still the first day.
It's still the first day. Yeah, it's still the first day. They got their lesson learned in the first Erangel, and I think whatever that they want to do in this Erangel is gonna be like the last chance for them, because like we saw some of the drop spot is being like contested by one or more. Obviously, it's more than one, right? Because like contested, 2 or more contender here or countries here. So I think we are gonna still see the same or the similar kind of drop spot here in this Erangel, because like this is the last chance for them to really prove, are they really deserve that drop spot, or they are the one who's gonna like went away or back off from that drop spot.
I mean, when it comes to chance, I agree with you. But do you want to throw any more games?
I think why not? Because like it's only the first day.
You're quite extreme, actually.
If I'm talking about my perspective, like this is only the last chance, because like if you lose, especially like in the scenario of Indonesia versus
Jordan.
Jordan, right?
School and apartment,
school and also apartment. If I am Indonesia, I didn't really like satisfied with my result with that kind of war, and I want to prove myself once again before I decide whether I want to go back from school, or I'm gonna be like the conqueror of school. But maybe talking about in terms of like pro players' perspective is gonna be like quite different.
Yeah, I mean, respecting to your opinion, it still can be. So, maybe without further ado, we are going to the 4th game of the day. Back to the OG map, Erangel. Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go! Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fourth game of the day. And right now, Erangel is gonna be taken off from Novorepnoye, I believe, onto the southern area of hospital itself, and it's gonna be like a very sweet spot, a very sweet flight path though for a lot of teams that has their drop spot around as MB Island. But as far as I can see, and for now, nobody is gonna drop in onto SMB area.
I mean, it's quite unique because we knew Chinese Taipei is actually one who are doing the scrapping technique or scrapping strategy when it comes to the play-ins. I think, yeah, maybe they are still reading the map. They are still analyzing where is the exact position they still can play with. But I think one team that will quite having a tough time is Saudi Arabia, because the previous Erangel they're playing at Yasnaya Poliana, even scrapping doing there, but right now it's quite far. So this is what the condition we discuss a lot when it comes to Battle Royale. If the flight path is far from your home or your drop spot, you really need to have a B plan or even C plan, but the circle again going to the west side. So maybe a kind of similar gameplay from the first Erangel. We'll see later, but this is what I'm talking about. I think Indonesia realized it is so hard to contest any more maps because not only Erangel, they are not collecting a lot of points when it comes to the other maps. The maximum for Indonesia, I think, at the Miramar, and it's not that huge about a point. Yeah. So they are moving towards another place, but Jordan is so far also from their home. So it is fighting with Indonesia, and I think it's like Ragnarok can't do anything about it without any weapon. So free elimination for Willy Aja.
Ragnarok be like, okay. Oh, I know now why Ragnarok did that Sajava still not moving at all, not even like moving a single bit, because like, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're having a little bit of trouble and technical issue maybe for this match, and we are gonna have another rematch happening for Erangel once again. So all of the players is gonna play their maximum.
I mean, like information for all of the viewers. From what I knew, the regulation is if it is still less than 3 minutes inside a game and there's a bug and it would having or giving a really hard time for most of the players, the rematch still can be happen. So yeah, we respect what the referee giving towards the players, because back again, this is the grand final and the prize pool is not that little, even a huge one, 100,000 USD. So who doesn't want to play their best? So that way, we respect about the result or the result, but the rematch. So we'll wait and see how about the second Erangel will happen.
Yeah, regardless, talking about the timing itself, about the rules itself, all of the tournament has their own rules that in the rule book already. So yeah, we're gonna respect that, all of the rules. So yeah, more time for us to talk about all of the things that happening in the world, because like, in this IESF 14th World Esports Championship, not only PUBG Mobile is running right now, because like we actually like have a venue that right next to us is CSGO.
Yeah, we have Counter-Strike Global Offensive. So
and right now is on fire.
It's really on fire. I think it is the effect from our venue. I mean, our venue is fire stage, but their venue is ice stage. So maybe it's, you know, the law of physics. So the what? The heat is
energy is like
it's like
slashing
slashing. It's like the heat going from the fire stage toward the icy stage. So it's going so well there, I guess, because a lot of shouting. What is that?
Actually, Eldoge, it's as simple as Indonesia is playing right now. Actually.
Oh yeah.
For CS:GO,
I'm quite jealous. I can watch it.
And Indonesia is playing against Vietnam now.
Ooh.
And fun fact is, I was there actually. Like it's a little bit of intermezzo for you guys, because like we're gonna talking about like all of the other stuff that's happening around IESF itself. So yeah, and I was there. Vietnam is doing pretty well actually for now, for quite some time. And I go back here, Vietnam won the Sandhawk.
What a coincidence.
Yeah.
What a coincidence. But I think without further ado, finally we are going to witness the next Erangel. So Enjoy, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's go. All right, all right, all right. Is it going to be like a U-turn kind of flight path? Oh, no.
No. This is a different flight path.
Different, totally different. A whole another flight path coming from the southern area of the Erangel itself towards the eastern Zarkir shooting range for now. And with that kind of information, talking about the SMB Island, I'm really intrigued that like after the first Erangel, I think like a lot of teams already know their existing players or teams is occupying the SMB Island. Why not one of the countries is actually take the SMB Island by themselves?
I mean, when it comes to the perspective of the team, the exact result is 100% sure when it comes to the end of the day. So I think they are still collecting all of the data. They are still collecting all of the behavior coming from all the teams, because when you are playing PUBG Mobile, you are not only facing one enemy, one opponent, but how you treat yourself beside all the 15-1. So you really need to know what is the exact movement, and also the timing may be coming from the other team. So let's see later, because the circle, I think it favors a lot of teams. It helps them a lot. So maybe third circle, fourth circle, the fight will happen, not in the beginning.
Yeah. What I love about like this battle royale thing game is actually like PUBG Mobile in particular. We see that the circle is actually, in terms of like the position, is quite similar than the previous one, but the circle is only moves a bit towards the center or the eastern side area of the map itself, but it changes a lot of perspective, it changes a lot of play, it changes a lot of timing that the players is gonna have in terms of the early play itself. So yeah, only a little change in terms of the circle itself, but a whole bunch or a bigger changes happening in terms of playstyle.
I mean, it is very simple when it comes to Battle Royale. One small change, I guess, is or will affects a lot. Somehow we can say that at the play-ins, even though the most of the teams right now at the grand final is from play-ins, which which are 11 teams. Right now, adding more 5, it changed a lot. First of all, the population of the players, it changed about the movement. You can't be that low awareness like you already played at the play-ins.
Yeah.
You need to step that up. That's one point. The second one is about the behavior. You can't do the same movement like you already did at the play-in. So that way, Battle Royale is a very complex game. You can't just see by one vision. You need to see about how the other's enemy play. Maybe the closest to you is the most important one. You do not. You do not need to control all of the players, but you need to think about the closer or the close teams near about your drop spot.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking about like this kind of game, like Battle Royale kind of game, PUBG Mobile in particular, the sweet thing about this game is actually like every single game changes a lot, because like we discuss it right, but before we discuss it further, Brazil and also Maldives is meeting each other up earlier in this game, and 1v1 or 1-for-1 situation, but Brazil managed to take back Nunes to get up for the war again.
I mean, this is the special thing from Brazil, from the previous game, even from the start of the grand finals. They are so strong when it comes to intacting all of the players. If they are still on the full power, they are playing really well. They are so aggressive. They are not afraid of anything. But I think Maldives want to take the chance. They do not want to be quite passive. Even one player still there, still waiting for the time to shot towards the player of Brazil. But we are moving to the side of Kazakhstan. The scrapping area near the farm is their place to loot, because I think from the flight path is actually quite far to Milta, so they do not go towards Milta easily, so that way they are still do the scrapping. But Maldives, I think Mauray knew it is not easy to take down player from Brazil, because the smoke from Brazil is also good to blind the vision from Maldives.
Yeah, Team Maldives forced to go away from area that has been occupied by Team Brazil. But I really like how Team Brazil is moving right now. 3 men inside of a single vehicle, and they want to scrape around the Gatka, maybe to hunt the players from Team Maldives as well. But they need to be careful because I noticed that there were still 1 man from Team Maldives inside of a compound that Team Brazil didn't check anyway.
Yeah, that's totally true. That's another art of PUBG Mobile, you know, like maybe you already fought a good fight when it comes to you took down one of the players, like what Brazil did towards the players of Maldives. But next on, if Brazil lowering their awareness, maybe something bad will happen to their team, and that can be happen. Luckily for Brazil right now, they are intent to move around and searching for their place. But I think this is what we call a fate between Brazil and some Maldives. But it is too risky though. Why players from Brazil stop their vehicle? It's not even only 1 or 2, but 3 players from Brazil easily taken down by the player from Maldives.
Nobody expect that, actually, even we that watch the position of Team Maldives player and also the movement of the Team Brazil didn't expect that kind of thing happening. Actually, thing really goes south for Team Brazil for now. And just like that, only 1 man remaining for Team Brazil. They wanted to really make an aggression towards the Team Maldives, and I saw a high confidence level that Team Brazil has. But with that kind of surprise, the confidence went down.
I mean, it's a high-risk movement. Even starting from 1 vehicle only already make me questioning about their decision. But Maldives, I think that's a really tricky movement. 1 doing the prone on the open field, who expect the player will do kind like that, and that's what I like coming from Maldives. But again, Brazil still have 1 player. We'll see later, because when it comes to 1 player, I think I'm really curious about how Arthur playing right now for Jordan, because usually or often when it comes to the play-ins, when Jordan already left with only 1 man standing, it's Arthur there, and Arthur saved a lot of placement when it comes to Jordan, so they can achieve the goals to the grand final.
Exactly. For now, we're gonna see a little bit of a low impact or a low steady movement or play style that played by all of the countries is contradictory from what we saw early on in the first Erangel. I think a lot of team has been learned a lot from the previous Erangel though. They learned about their drop spot. They learned about the rotation itself. Rotation itself. So yeah, and they learned quite well for now, and it really surprised me how the learning process or the adaptation is quite fast.
Yeah, that's the quality of grand finalists, you know. They really need to have that kind of skills, kind of level, because you know the prize pool is huge, so that way they really want to show their best. I repeat it a lot because that's what they need. It's only 15 matches, and look at this, ladies and gentlemen, the new structure when it comes to the new Erangel, near the scrapping of 12 house. In Bahasa we say that Rumah 12, right? So it's a 12 house. So let's see how the movement coming from Sri Lanka, because I think for the grand final, especially for the first day, the behavior is still the same. All the players intend to go towards the middle part of the circle faster than others. They just won't have their compound, and it's usual for the first day. But we'll see later, because some teams like Kazakhstan, team that far from the circle, they are adapting quite well. They do not want to follow the train. They just want to use the best gameplay when it comes to the far ahead to the circle, and I think still work pretty well for Kazakhstan.
Yeah, pretty well for Kazakhstan. Is it gonna work pretty well also with all of the other contestants here? Especially if we are looking at Indonesia's move now in terms of the rotation. They actually like having a little bit of a challenge if they want to move inside or towards the circle itself, because in front of them there are several teams is already having the choke point, one of them being the Eagle or Team Vietnam, and the other as well guarding up the Rozok area. But before we see the big movement or the big war between the teams that I just mentioned, we also can see the position of Team Chinese Taipei. For now, they are safe and sound.
I mean, Chinese Taipei lowering their aggression. They are going to the compound right now and standing still there for a while. But I really like how they park their vehicle well, so it doesn't it doesn't easy to be shot by the other team. Same goes to South Korea. But I want to give my opinion about Indonesian team, because they are moving from their usual drop spot. Right now they are quite confused, if I can say, because the movement is, I don't know, maybe they are still analyzing how the other team playing and how they adapt with this condition, because changing your drop spot, especially at the level of this gameplay, is never easy. So we'll see later, but the team with the same gameplay, same behavior, starting from the play-ins up until now, Pakistan. I think I still do not have any words for this team. They are still playing really conservative. They are intent to avoid an early fight, and that's good for them, because so far Pakistan still having a good time at the second circle.
Yeah, if you have a really good aggression or a really good offense, skill up for offensive, the other team as well, might as well you stay on track, you stay on to the last game to really like securing more or enough placement points, and also when it comes to the late game, then you can build an aggression or you can offense all of the players, all of the enemies, so you can also pocket it or collecting more elimination points. So yeah, both of the strategy works really well. All of the strategy, I might say, in terms of like in this game like PUBG Mobile, works really well. But we're looking on top of the highest mountain in the area of hospital itself. Vietnam now become the conqueror of the mountain itself, looking down onto Turkey's position. It's quite like unique, because like previously in the first Erangel, Turkey is actually like the first team or the first country to occupy the top of the mountain in the hospital area. But now it seems like they don't have any confidence.
That's the point I want to discuss. I mean, like, Vietnam just got the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah.
The confidence level is really growing when it comes to Vietnam. And I think the moving coming out from Vietnam and adding the fact that they are playing at the outer side of the circle when it comes to the play-ins, really giving them opportunity at this game. But I think we'll see later, because the third circle just happened and this is the real deal happen. Egypt already moving quite aggressive with 4 players in attack, and I guess Egypt won't go toward the Church of Pochinki, but South Korea, like I already mentioned, defending the compound and parking their vehicle quite well. They are not expected by the players of Egypt, and suddenly a shot coming from South Korea. Oh, South Korea actually faster going to the Church of Pochinki right now. So it is not easy for Egypt. Like I already mentioned, it is the destination for Egypt, but already guarded quite well from South Korea.
Yeah. And I think like, I don't know what are they gonna do in terms of like Egypt's side. Are they gonna like retake the church area, or they are gonna went away? But Math Boy though become the frontliner from South Korea, managed to take one man down from Egypt. And because of that, Egypt's defensive is quite massive for now, but Krona able to counterattack Team South Korea. And just like that, Team South Korea also a bit of a confused confusion is going around them now.
I mean, Iraq is there also. Iraq has a good vision and shooting towards both of the parties, which is South Korea and also Egypt. Even one of the players from Iraq being knocked down still can be revived. This is the problem when it comes to fight between a lot of buildings. And look at Iraq. Kalaga, again, classic Kalaga.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to stop. He wants the words. He wants to boost up his mentality. And look at this strategy. Classic one, using the fan, reduce the sound or the sound visualization of the movement, and right now closing to South Korea. Be careful, Will. Be careful, all the players from South Korea, because Kalaga is coming to hunt you down.
Oh my god, become the sneaky assassin Kalaga he is now. South Korea, previously, they are the king of the church area of the Pochinki, but for now, things goes quite south for them because like they sandwiched by two strong contender as well. Egypt being the one of them, Iraq is the other one as well, but South Korea actually usually they can manage the situation quite well. And now the circle is still favoring the northern area of Pachinke. The church area is still inside of the circle itself. So the battle between Egypt, Iraq, and also South Korea doesn't really need to like being pressured by the circle itself.
But I think this is the Chinese Taipei. Same goes to the first Erangel. What they did is really just holding the fourth circle happen, and I think this is the moment for them, but we are moving to the south or the side part of Egypt. They are still confused. They want to go to the circle, but there is a movement coming from Brazil. They are back to their land. They're back to the terrain itself, but it's still not safe. We know earlier South Korea, they're shooting coming from Iraq also. I do not know. They still want to play at the south part of the circle, but coming to Brazil, left with only one player. Welcome by Jordan, and another elimination for Jordan to this game.
Brazil go out of the game quite too soon for now, being the first team being eliminated. But with this much of team, 15 teams we have remaining still in the fourth circle, it's gonna be like a big chaos happening quite soon, especially with the moving from Saudi Arabia. Egypt spotted one man down, Dummy being the one man that been spotted by Corona, but Corona still holding on to his ground for now, but not with all of the others players from Team Egypt. IESF and also Tail riding one vehicle in the same boat now, really fishing out the players from Saudi Arabia.
I mean, it's too bold, I guess, from Egypt. Even one of the players being knocked down. I think they still confused. They want to play near the church. It is not safe. Even Rhino going to the circle, it is not safe either, because the shooting coming from a lot of direction, from Maldives, from Kazakhstan, a lot of team near the Egypt movement. But Rhino, Maldives, I think is being spotted on too, because they shot a lot. But Vietnam going down from the mountain, but being contested. And look at that backup from the Nate. Maldives starting the day, or starting the Erangel with a strong performance, but they are ended. After that, Vietnam at the same time. This is really chaotic, like I already predicted. Fourth circle will be a lot of war, a lot of battles.
Yep, exactly. That was a beautiful grenade that thrown by Team Vietnam actually, but too bad for them. They are eliminated because like all of the other teams around them spotted them down really easily actually. So on to the next battle now, because Sri Lanka spotted down by Solis from Turkey. Sushti being the victim of Team Iraq actually, because like Sushti being pinched down by not one team but also the other team as well. But Solzu, after a lot of tapping that coming from him, it's not gonna be like on point, but we're gonna have a big battle between Team Indonesia versus Kazakhstan right now in the Regis area of the open field in this Erangel.
Yep, there's a good option coming from Team Indonesia, because a lot of players are not regrouping at the same time. One player is still behind due to backup. One more is going right now because they know there will be a close combat. And the DBS coming from Kazakhstan still too strong. Willy Aja do the hip fire, but Leomore, what a good nade. And I think this is the momentum. This is starting if they are or if they have more nades, it can be connected. But the next nade coming from Team Kazakhstan, and the threat happened 3-on-3 situation right now, but they are still not inside the circle, so it's not too good for both of the parties. Martin still waiting, still defending, because one of the teammates is still doing the revive, but I do not know where's the exact location for the last man from behind. But I think coming right now from Indonesia, but Kazakhstan, TAQ being knocked down, still not be revived because there are a lot of shots coming from a lot of direction. Even right now, Sri Lanka, the last man standing, Doom, being punished by the player of Turkey with a vehicle.
Oh my god, this Kazakhstan position is actually not really good because like not only with Indonesia, they're also spotted down by Saudi Arabia and also Team Egypt. And now this is like a big calamity coming from them, especially with Brunei approaching the position between Indonesia and also Team Titan, which is Team Kazakhstan. Indonesia really need to pop the smokes up in the left side area of their defensive area to really covering up the angle coming from Team Bahrain. But the other area as well is going to be like a big calamity for them, especially in the edge area of the circle. But Indonesia, though, they went away from the wall.
I mean, that's a good or the wise decision for Indonesia to go toward the circle right now. But is it quite faster or not? Because Egypt are there. Chinese Taipei is the only team with the biggest advantage so far because they're still holding the compound. But for Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan not finished yet with Indonesia being punished by the gameplay of Brunei Darussalam. Brunei Darussalam today really stepping up their gameplay, especially for the third-party situation. But Indonesia, I think they move towards the wrong decision because Chinese Taipei, like I already mentioned a lot, really enjoy to be inside the compound, just defending. But a lot of shots already coming right now. Jordan want to try towards the circle. Even two players already being knocked down, but the others too. This is what we want to see from the grand finalists because the backup is still there. Even they are conquering the edge of the circle, the revive still can be happen.
Oh my god, I saw a lot of confusion coming from Indonesia for now. And just like that, Indonesia only left with one man remaining inside or in the middle of everyone there. Willia Aja, hang on there. But we're gonna witnessing another big fight coming from the edge of the circle because like this is like what they got to do. They have to do. But Willia Aja, inside of the smoke, inside of a big smoke, it's actually like a kind of risky situation or position because if there's a smoke, another team is gonna like sniffs out Willias Aja's position. But we're gonna witnessing another big fight coming from Iraq and also versus Team Saudi Arabia. SK Tone is down by Kalaga with M4, and that was a beautiful, beautiful shot coming from Kalaga. And on top of that, following up with another utility gaming. Not only utility gaming, but also vehicle gaming is real.
In a short time, two teams being wiped out after Saudi Arabia. Following after that is Saudi Arabia, really too strong contender from play-ins, being knocked out easily. But we are moving toward the southern or the northern part with an aerial view. A lot of team will try toward the circle. The strong contender, Turkey right now, backstabbing player from Iraq. One of the players being knocked down, and right now the situation is same. 3-on-3 and using the vehicle again. This is a really technique coming from PMGC and really having a lot when it comes to the grand final. Look at the shot. Soulless really taking the soul coming from players of Iraq. Iraq is left alone with only two players, I believe. One even right now. Kalaga trying to defend, but the bait coming from Turkey just really amazing. The backfire from behind, and Iraq need to go to the lobby right now. That's a great movement. Amazing one, if I can say, from Turkey.
Oh my god, but Willia Aja though. Oh my god, in the middle of everyone has been spot down because like the smokes is out, and now we're down only with four teams now, 4 countries, and some of them I can see or I can notice hasn't really had a really strong setup yet. But Jordan though with Gaga, he spotted down the players from Morocco, 2 men down from Morocco, and things go south from Morocco itself because like they initiate a war itself. But Turkey though, Turkey joined the fight with the vehicle. Another crash happening towards Team Jordan's player. And just like that, Gaga as the last man standing really take the revenge towards the Turkish player. And now Gaga is still alive.
I mean, Jordan, really amazing today. I already said to you, Donna, they are the most creative one. Even being pushed, they still can manage to defend well. Even the hip fire with the prediction, with the AK towards the smoke or through the smoke, it still can be happened. Look at Gaga. Gaga with a front shot down with the utility. It's quite unique, but it is predicted quite well with one of the strongest contender also coming from the region winner, Morocco, as 1 million Esports. But the battle still a cure right now. Turkey is okay, will just lay down, will just waiting for the time, but not for Chinese Taipei and also team 1 million or Morocco. Morocco left only with only 3 players. Chinese Taipei with 4 players. This is what I'm curious about. I always make my statement when you are passive all the time when it comes to the game. Do you ready or are you ready for the last battle? Because sometimes, even though Morocco left alone with 3 players, but they fought a lot of battle. Turkey even with 1 player left. Maybe there will be something surprising coming from Turkey. So let's see.
There's 2 things. Are you ready to make war or do you ready to lose?
Do you ready to lose?
Yes, let's see, because we are gonna be approaching the late game, the end game. What do you watch now? What
Morocco reviving the teammates, so they are on tag or in tag again with 4 players. So this will be big between those teams, and I really like how proactive Morocco doing right now, using the vehicle, try to spot is there any enemies lying around, because you know it's really interrupting you if there is someone who isn't not seeing or who isn't visible enough to be taken down. But Chinese Taipei, they play slow but sure. They are using the high ground, which is the rooftop of the compound, to searching for the enemy. And I think Chinese Taipei already knew where is the exact location of the players from Turkey.
Yeah, Changfu is gonna be like the key man of the team because he got like such a big vision towards Team Morocco now. But I really like how Morocco still has their awareness towards the last man standing from Team Turkey, which is Solke. And I believe that Solke is gonna like having quite a hard time facing Team Morocco right now, especially with the blue zone. And also not only blue zone, Shark is also having the same or locking him down. Solke is in a big trouble now.
Totally. Or even a very short movement coming for the Solke, because it's just there, the top 3 for Turkey. But this is a big fight. 4-on-4 situation between Morocco and also Chinese Taipei. The key man, which is Ho Xuan, coming from the top of the rooftop. He still managed to take down 1 player from Team Morocco, but even the trade happened. Morocco still left behind with only 2 active players, 1 even at the low HP, which is Lazy Boy. So I think this is the momentum for Chinese Taipei. Shark K, due to proactive movement, going towards the players from Morocco. The smoke already there, but the divan coming from Morocco still strong, but the shot coming from the Chinese Taipei. And congratulations, the back-to-back Erangel champion for Chinese Taipei.
Oh my God, congratulations Chinese Taipei of getting the winner chicken dinner, the second winner chicken dinner of today. And with that being said, for now, for this first day, they are the king of Erangel.
They are the king of Erangel. I really like how they treat Erangel so well. I mean, they do not want to intend any unworthy fight. Their movement coming toward the circle is really good. They are searching for the compound that will be a very good investment when it comes to the late game, and they did it pretty well. It is the same condition, I guess, from the previous game. They are so good when it comes to the rotation, waiting for the right time. They are not too aggressive when it comes to the open field, and they won the fight. And this is so interesting coming from Maldives, who expect Eddie will do the front there, right? Even the Brazil players are surprised. And this is the shortest time 2 teams just being wiped out. Maldives sent back to the lobby, then Vietnam after that, just less than 5 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Eddie's thing is actually one of the best thing that is happening like in this tournament. Actually is giving like a big surprise towards the enemy team. without any contest, without any counter attack towards Eddie himself. But talking about Chinese Taipei though, I do really like about them is like everything, whatever thing happened in Erangel, they executed pretty well, so well. 10 more elimination point has been pocketed by them for now. The same elimination point that they collected back in the first Erangel now.
I mean, how it can be though? 10 elimination, kind of same condition, playing from the compound, defending up until the late game. I think the only difference from Chinese Taipei at the second Erangel from the previous one is they do not use a lot of utility because they are on the top of the goals or the objective from all the other teams. They are inside a compound, so the other teams is the one who need contest them.
Yeah.
They are just defending with a good shot, especially Ho Xuan going to the top of the. Oh my God! Sorry. So sorry.
What is it?
I just quite speechless for the amount of throw use.
Yeah.
I just discussing with you for about a throw use coming from Chinese Taipei, but for a total, it's almost 400-ish. So it's so huge. I think it is coming from all the teams that try to survive when it comes to the open field area.
Obviously.
Yeah.
One of them being Indonesian, actually, right?
Oh, yeah,
because
yeah.
like the last man standing, Willia Aja, really pops a lot of smoke to covering himself up. And also about the last game or the last dance between like Chinese Taipei and also the enemy Morocco themselves. There were like a lot of throwable has been used there in
it's
the
actually true.
the grenades, the Molotov though, and actually, what is missing in this overall statistic, particularly for this game, is actually vehicle kills.
Vehicle kills, yeah, because a lot of vehicle destroyed, and also a vehicle doing the elimination for the team. But I want to mention about something. I think this is the first game when there is no one being eliminated outside of the circle, because the total elimination is 60 and China's Taipei is still having 4, so all the teams are fighting. All the teams are fighting, no one being eliminated outside of the circle. And please welcome Ho Xuan, the player that I mentioned a lot, doing a very good job going to the top of the compound itself. And look at the heals, it is less than 50, showing that they are guarding their place well, and they are not interrupting a lot of fights, they're just suppressing around, and the total elimination with damage is quite similar. So really so precise when it comes to the gameplay coming from Ho Xuan himself.
Yeah, everything is effective and efficient in terms of like...
Effective and efficient, that's the word, Donna. Thank you so much.
Yes, you're welcome, you're welcome. In terms of like Ho Xuan way to play the games, right? 46 heals, what is that actually? What is the prom actually?
I mean like
46
kills is like maybe at the late game even, because from the second circle going to the sixth circle, Chinese Taipei doesn't move anywhere else, and they're just shooting towards all the teams that try to catch their compound, try to occupy their compound, and I think that's one of the special things coming from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, you know what, Eldoge?
What
if
is that?
I can be like in a mode of like our beloved friends, which is Junior, I want to say from the beginning that I saw Ho Xuan guarding up the rooftop area, with Morocco being in the lower side of the ridge itself, I knew exactly the Chinese Taipei is gonna win this game.
Oh, Donna Visca.
Yeah, because like, you know what? It's kind of deja vu for me, because I think I saw this exact position being played by PMGC's team, or if not PMGC, it is PMPL Indonesia actually.
Any Pro League,
Any Pro League actually. It works, and this exact position being the Chinese Taipei on top of the Morocco itself is like very, very similar. And the one who won the game is actually, in this Chinese Taipei's position.
Yeah, I mean, it is predicted actually from Morocco to shoot towards players on the top of the compound, because you know there are a lot of shots coming from Morocco before, but again, it is not easy. It is not easy to take down one of the players that are searching for the elimination. In that case, Hush one from Chinese Taipei towards Morocco, because he is at the huge or the biggest amount of awareness, and he really wants the position coming from Morocco. Yeah, you know what I mean, Donna Vizca. But
yep, exactly.
before we are going to the last game of the day, which is Miramar, we are going to say thank you again to all sponsors, because without the sponsors, this amazing event can't be this well or this amazing. So thank you so much to our main sponsor, JHL Group, sponsored by also JHL Auto, Nusapay, DAS, Gudang Crypto, Taiwan Excellence, Pertamina, Hydro Coco, Antis, Prosa, and Sofel. Official telco partner, Telkomsel. Official smartphone partner, Samsung Galaxy A series, like you already see on your screen. Then official internet service provider, IndiHome. Travel management partner, HIN, and hotel partner, Abisat Hotel, and our beloved venue, Merusaka Hotel.
As well as we have our esports broadcaster partner, Mineski Global, back there, the amazing crew back there, and also Indonesia Football E-League, and also as well as ESID. We have also production partner, which is Lemon ID, and also media partner Trans7, Detikcom, Esports.id, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and also Kami Bijak. And also we want to thank for our government for their support. So thank you so much, Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, NOC Indonesia, KONI, and also Wonderful Indonesia.
Yep, thank you so much for all the support from the sponsor, from the government, because back again, IESF is not only about a competition, but it's like a meetup for esports enthusiasts all around the world, not only Indonesia, but all around the world. And yeah, we can make some dialogue, we can know how about the culture of esports from the other country. And I really like that, because this kind of ecosystem will help the esports grow better, not only bigger but better. So yeah, thank you so much IESF and all of the supporters for the event itself. So back to the PUBG Mobile Chinese Taipei. I think it's safe to say, even though Chinese Taipei not performing quite well at Miramar, especially at Sanhok, these two winner chicken dinner, especially at the first day, will boost their points up to the high level when it comes to the leaderboard.
Exactly. And Chinese Taipei is gonna be like one of the strongest contender among all of the teams as well, or among all of the countries as well after
the words.
this.
I think Chinese Taipei so far is the closest one to be richer than the others.
because they're gonna take a major cut of the total prize pool itself, because you have to remember, ladies and gentlemen, because like among all of the 16 teams right now, only top 3 is gonna take a cut from the prize pool itself, and the rest is gonna like enjoy Bali.
I mean, I never imagined if I have $50,000 or $50,000 US. I think I will make some words. I will be an entrepreneur, you know.
Wait a minute.
And selling some jahe, you know.
Jahe is ginger.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. $50,000 US. Let's say.
Okay.
Grossly, you will take up to $10,000, because obviously you're gonna like party it out with all of your teammates, right? And also maybe some taxes, and also maybe some like for the organization.
Oh yeah, I forget this is a team game.
You're not gonna take a whole $50,000 by yourself, El Doge. What?
So sorry.
Oh my. Everybody, so you don't actually like.
How can I forget though?
Yeah.
We are playing with the other 3 teammates.
It's not okay for you to be a teammate with El Doge, actually.
So that way I become the casters. You know? Yeah.
Because if you're being the player, become the player, you're gonna take a whole from the prize.
Yeah, from the prize itself. I'm so selfish, you know.
So maybe this is
so
like
stingy too.
Yeah. So maybe this is like the downfall of TTM era, because like
there is never a downfall of TTM, because there's no infaster and there's no achievement. So it's just for gimmick, guys.
Because like after your teammates hearing this, I think like they don't want to be a teammate of yours anymore.
No, they love me because my calls, you know.
What?
I'm a good IGL actually.
Ah, okay. Good IGL.
The loud one.
The loud one.
Yeah.
Gonna take a whole of the price.
No.
No? Okay.
I just forget. So
Okay,
sorry.
okay. So no? No haul?
No, I think 10K is actually a big numbers too.
Yeah, actually. So yeah, there's no downfall for TTM. So
No,
TTM is back
no.
on track now after Eldoge said he's not gonna take a cut of the price itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna get ready into the last game of the day, which is gonna happen in Miramar. Before you get out from this game.
Get out.
Before you take a break, Eldoge, and we're
Okay.
gonna switch with Chuchu. What is your prediction in this last?
Jordan for sure.
Jordan is gonna
Jordan, they are so creative. They are not depending towards the circle. They can move proactively. And I really like every single game, even though they are not reaching the top 3, we can say, but still with a lot of points. I guess Jordan have the mentality of collecting a lot of points with their strategy, with their condition. So Miramar maybe for Jordan. Yeah.
Ooh, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's
Even
Indonesia right now. The
Okay.
player. Some intermezzo, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But well, even though like the latest Miramar or the previous Miramar won by Brunei, do you
Okay.
think that Brunei still got the chance to win this game?
I mean, Brunei, if they manage to go towards the late game, at least with only 3 players, they are a big threat towards all the other teams. Because what I really like about Brunei is how well they can play when it comes to team fight. And the second one, when I witnessed today, Brunei really stepping up their gameplay when it comes to the third party. The third party is so smooth coming for Brunei. It's like seeing Saudi Arabia at the first day of play-ins.
Ah, yeah, so nasty, the
Yeah.
third party. But talking about Saudi Arabia, where are they actually in terms of like third party in other teams?
Third
Because,
party
like,
in, yeah.
Because, like,
Yeah.
I didn't see that much of that kind of like plays being played by Saudi Arabia. But anyway, we're gonna see the last game. The Miramar is gonna be played by the teams now. So thank you so much, Eldoge, and
Thank
I think
you.
we're gonna have a little bit of a switch in terms of the shoutcaster now. And welcome to the last game of the day, Miramar, as our 5th game now. And who's gonna take the winner chicken dinner? As we see, the flight path is gonna cut a little bit towards, not a little bit, extremely towards the southest area of the map itself. So welcome, Chuchu.
Oh, I'm not Aldogi.
No.
Yeah, Aldogi changed your voice.
Yeah.
Into a girl now.
Suddenly,
Aldogi, we're going El Chuchu.
El Chuchu. Welcome, El Chuchu.
El Chuchu is here. So we're going to be on the southern part of Miramar mostly. It's going to be a really tricky one if it happens to be northern circle. Now, imagine if that's going to be a Torre Ahumada circle, that's going to be a lot of problems. Well, we do have a lot of teams that's really happy to flight path, including in this case, that's going to be the side of Vietnam, definitely, and one more team. I forgot who was it earlier, but we do have contenders early on in the first few phases. Now, a lot of teams happen to be dropping way down south. You're talking about even including coming up from the side of Storm, which is going to be the side of Brazil, chasing the tails of the Vietnam team. Puerto Paris do have Chinese Taipei, and the others are just scattered around in the center of, sort of this map.
Yep. Oh, I forgot to put down my mic. Yep, and we'll see that the first circle is gonna go towards the western area, but one of the players from Team Vietnam is still up there, I believe, and Team Brazil managed to notice that one man, and with that kind of information, Brazil know exactly that they are surrounded by Team Vietnam for now.
Yep, they happen to be dropping in the same spot here. Not a great start for both teams, apparently, if they keep on giving too much commitment on that sort of a fight. Back to the side of Picardo, we do have Saudi Arabia taking over the compound by themselves, uncontested, so this is a good start for them. Now, I'm rooting for the side of Kazakhstan. Which team were you with again just now?
For now, for this Miramar is actually Eldoge going for Brunei. I'm gonna go for Kazakhstan.
Oh, we're the same then. Hey,
Yeah,
up top.
yeah.
Got power. Let's go, Kazakhstan.
Yeah, because Kazakhstan did pretty well in the last Miramar, right? So the Miramar, the last Miramar or previous Miramar, Kazakhstan being not only the third party, but they were having like such a high confidence in terms of initiating a war.
I agree. When it comes to Erangel, it's always Chinese top it the entire day.
Yeah.
So we can call them the kings of Erangel for day number 1.
Mhm.
But they're still kings tomorrow. We have no clue. But back to us, Miramar, can they have another go for the side of the Bruneians? Because they won the earlier Miramar previously. But on top of Chumasera, I realized why the Vietnam team is not dropping where they used to, because the previous match as well in the first Miramar of the day, they did fought against Morocco for the same spot here, where Morocco just marked their territory. So coming up from Vietnam, they have to give away the compound, their usual drop spot, for the sake of their points as well. Because right now the Vietnam team have been really good when it comes to positions, but when it comes to fights and CQC or being proactive to the entire map, trying to gain eliminations, they're not so much yet.
Yes, exactly. And this is we're approaching like the end of the day, and we're gonna wrap things up for today. 5 matches already been played by them, and if they didn't manage to take the points in total, like enough for them, it's gonna be like a hard day for them tomorrow, because the second day is gonna be like very, very different in terms of like the scenario is gonna be happening inside of each maps.
Well, it's the first day, Donna.
Yeah.
It's the first day. You know what? Lower expectations for Thursday, because the first day is where not everybody will be out.
Yeah.
When it comes to what they can offer to its table. But when it comes to the second day now, that's where things get feisty, because that's where a lot of experimental stuff for the teams that's up there, or even teams down there that are struggling to keep the boat afloat, will actually push themselves forward when it comes to second. Now, the third day will be the last push.
Yeah.
That's where everything matters. Every single point will be counted as a dime. On the side of Hessen Patron, we do have a Turkey side, which comprises of Fireflux players.
Yeah.
And nobody's been contested in so far from them. But the circle this time, I have to say, it's really generous based on the flight path. It's not that too far off either.
Yeah, actually, yes. And a lot of teams, a lot of players are going to have quite an easy, quote-unquote, time.
Is it really?
Quote-unquote. In terms of like the timing, the first or the early timing itself. And they're going to have such chill timing to do the rotation also for now inside of a lot of the teams.
Yeah, but the furthest one away, I say, is going to be South Korean team, because right now they're right on top of Impala. The furthest one, that's not really that far off if you compare it with all the other teams. Now, there's nobody dropping on the northern part. One of the many reasons Circle pops up quite early and the flap is just on the southern part, skewered all the way down south. So there's no reason for the players to go up unless they secure themselves a couple of vehicles just to loot up and build up their gears. They can do, because the standard PUBG Mobile so is the same.
Yeah.
It's always about dropping off from the airplane, getting to your drop zone, getting towards your initial drop spot, build up your gears, and survive and have it a go. That's it. That's the normal, the usual, the most basic of PUBG Mobile, but it's never that easy.
Yeah, actually, yes, never that easy, especially like every map that they play is actually like a whole different scenario or a whole different story, because like we got a different flight path, we got a different first circle and also different second and also the afterward circle as well. So yeah, and also it's kind of, it can cause like a difference in terms of like the rotation itself that the players is gonna use for now. And talking about like this first day, I can only see like usually in other tournaments, especially in the official tournaments, we kind of see like a lot of early engagement happening a whole day, like the whole map that played by the players itself, but not with this tournament. Not in this tournament. That kind of thing, or the aggression, the high aggressive movement by the players is only happen in the first map.
That's true.
In the first map,
If you notice now, kind of marking their territories already for the players and the teams, because there's no clashes too early on. Still 16 teams intact. Even the part of your South Korean team taking a bit of a blue zone when they're migrating for Impala. Now, this is still the first phase anyway. So the first circle, the first blue zone won't hurt as much. It's going to just ticking down by second of around 4% of HP per second. So they can take their own sweet time. It's more important for them to actually secure a couple of vehicles and make sure they have a very good path towards the navigation in the circle. Now, speaking of vehicles, it's so hard for us to actually see players having all 4 members in a team to secure 1 vehicle each.
Yeah, actually, and with these previous matches that we've been witnessing, like 4 different matches, I often see like 1 vehicle being used by more than 1 players, right? And that was, but that is not an ideal thing or an ideal situation to be used by the teams, especially in terms of the rotation, because that is really dangerous. I don't know, is it like because of the hard time to see or to search for vehicle, or is it because like they are too early to make an rotation like what Chinese Taipei and also Brazil did now, and just like that, and because of that they meet each other early on.
Just on the outskirts of, I think, around Minas de Vel right now. Brazil versus the side of Chinese Taipei. Dardin got himself a Mini 14 with a high ground. What a nice view up here. This is a vintage point that they needed coming up from Brazil's. Savan is trying to take down on the side of Chinese Taipei and at the same time try to bring back up to his feet, but a bit late for Nino to survive. They definitely secure 1 point here, and this is upsetting for the side of Brazil. They want to get a bit of a redemption. They're going to go for more.
Yes, they want to go for more, and a lot of Molotov and also a lot of grenade has been tossed by Team Brazil, and I believe that they still got a nice view or a nice point of view towards Team Chinese Taipei, and Chinese Taipei now also like getting ready, and I believe that they are ready as they toss 1 grenade. But Cheng Fu though really needs to be extra careful because he is so open. Dadin or Storm Dadin got their vision is really, really clear.
It's just the best point of view for the side of Dadin. He's so crucial, pivotal at this point. That's 1 coming up from the side of a Chinese Taipei or 1 team Esports here, having a bit of a tough spot because the support fire coming up from Dun is just very crucial. It's a bit detrimental coming up from for the Chinese Taipei. They should have built, since they don't have that much information, but they still keep it going. Brazil seems like they're winning, even though they're still facing heavy casualties. It's going to be the first one to be out. Chinese Taipei will be surprised here as they won themselves 2 chickens in a day. It feels a bit a hot and cold team for now.
The curse is real actually. After you got winner chicken dinner, you got eliminated too soon, being the first out of the game, but we're gonna see the big clash coming in. From Saudi Arabia, they managed to eliminate 2 of the players from Team Morocco now. For now, I think like the grand finalist is having a little bit of a hard time to really adapting well in this game. Meanwhile, the other strong contender that coming from the group stage is having already like adapting well here.
That's kind of true. Well, they got themselves extra 3 days to start with for the other teams playing in the play-in. So they definitely sort of have a general idea of all the other 10 teams for the teams playing in the for the play-ins, about the rotation, about how they think, about how they want to form when it comes to approaching to a certain compound and certain fight. But for the teams that just jump into the grand finals here, that's going to be a bit at a downside for them. But they still managed to secure a couple of eliminations as always. It just shows that even though they just tap into the match in day number 1 for the teams, including Kazakhstan, Morocco, Indonesia, and even Brazil, as well as Turkey, it just shows they are a different level entirely because they can adapt within short amount of time. All they need is just a tiny bit more time to have it a go. 2 teams taking the blues in. It's going to be Korea and Brazil in the meantime. Coming up from Jordan, Laith with an M416, spotted out 1 team across them. They might be in the center of attention right now. There are 3 teams surrounding them, including Iraq and Indonesia at the same time.
Yes, Indonesia, can they fight for Jordan face to face for now, because in the previous matches they seems like kind of have a bit of a confusion going on around them in terms of like rotation itself and also the touchdown position. And for now, especially the zone shifted away from them, not too far, but the other side though, Team Fireflags or Team Turkey has been spotted down by Team Maldives.
Back to it, Maldives, Mori. Just going to hop on that buggy, making sure he can actually bail this play safely. But the Brunei Darussalam team, they're waiting on the high ground. Shako having his hawk view from above. Mori making sure he got himself that compounded building to take covers with. Adi follow pursuit, but the problem is, how did he get any information from this sort of view? It's just one story, it's just everybody else on top of them. It's going to be a bit of a problem if they've been pressured left, right and center from above.
Yeah, that is such a disadvantage for them. But the other side though, 1 million or Team Morocco has been shutting down one by one player from Pakistan. But back on the side towards Team Brunei versus Team Maldives. Meanwhile, Team Morocco has been eliminated. Not only them, but Team Vietnam is also having a trouble in the early game because Kazakhstan is there. Kazakhstan has pocketed 2 elimination points already.
Having a good start here this time for Kazakhstan. Definitely they want to have another go when it comes to Miramar. Closing off in the first match earlier of Miramar. Didn't secure that much of a chicken in the last minute. Now they try to hunt down the rest of the Vietnam players. Just next to him, it's going to be Axer and Twanzy having a bit of a brawl. Axer just going to cook up the nade within just 2 more seconds. He's going to toss it around, but it's just going to be a bit too late. He spotted out Twanzy. Twanzy just having a CQC head-on fight. He got an Axer. It just took him too long to cook the nade.
Oh my god, but Twanzy though, he's been shut down now. And Team Vietnam only left with 1 man standing by Team Kazakhstan. Not only they see 1 team, but also seeing the South Korea team really going or strolling around the area of themselves. But now Team Kazakhstan, they got their time to can revive Axer.
Yep, well, he's actually trying to revive his teammate. He's opening up the space for 6 for the rest of Team Kazakhstan to make sure they got the space to reset themselves. They need it. They need the support fires coming up from the flanks. Teague tried to cook up the nade to the side of Chua. Feels like a Kobe. It will be a perfect landing, and that's it. The end for the Vietnam team for now, placing themselves at 14 with down to 13 teams only.
Yes, 13 teams in the 3rd circle, and this kind of circle is really not favoring any teams, I believe, because like almost 1/4 of the card of the circle itself is like no man's land, that you can't really like securing that area because that is the wall of the Miramar itself. And the next circle is being in a western side area, and it's favoring quite a lot for Egypt now.
On the outskirts of Montenuevo, yep, Egypt got themselves already secured with an airdrop as well. They got a bonus. It's just an extra bonus for them, waiting for the right time to open fire, and all the other teams to be crushed by them when they're gatekeeping them there as well. Back to the side of play zone, finish off Punchers coming up from Titan Gaming of Kazakhstan. They're definitely down to only 3 players out of 4, but he might be revived here, still bleeding out in the blue zone. But Axel finished off, so many players of Kazakhstan being finished off by the blue zone. Now I start to question, are they actually running on foot? Because if they have been trying to go so aggressive, they should have secured a couple of buggers in between.
Oh my god, but it seems like the name keep on showing in the left side of the elimination feed now, but a lot of fight is gonna be happening soon enough because a lot of teams is gonna coming into the circle towards the eastern area of the circle itself. But Team Turkey though, still with 4 of the men, they are still strong, also collecting 3 elimination points already, and also collecting the information in terms of regarding of the position of their enemies.
2 teams having the mindset here, Indonesian and also the Pakistan team, moving alongside with the edge of the blue zone. Well, we have Turkey, comprises of 3 Fireflux players, just behind them, tailing closely behind. Saudi Arabia's Kitana D7 might be gatekeeping. This was Prestige trying to reposition himself in a better spot. Dami on the flank side. Now Prestige heard the gunfire, definitely heard the calls coming up from his teammates. D7 in reposition from the backline of Indonesian team. Really agile, being knocked down. This might be a trap for the Indonesian teams.
And I kind of have a deja vu in terms of Indonesia's position right now, but maybe opening a fire towards the team for Team Pakistan now down there, and Team Pakistan really need to set up a strong defensive now, as well as Team Jordan, because Team Jordan has been spotted down by Team Turkey. So open the position of Team Jordan, especially Leith. Leith is up there, is out there, and Turkey has been locking down the position of Team Jordan.
Only a Shaq to take cover. Jordan being eliminated, are they? But right now, looking over to Indonesia, to Willie, trying to actually go for it. He spotted and they got finished. Pakistan being decimated in the hand of the Indonesian team. Back to us, it's not done and dusted yet. As the Turkey team will try to be the housekeeping one, making sure Indonesian teams will be kept at bay. As Catch moving forward, slowly making it torturing. The Indonesian team players cannot even advance. Now where would they go? Maybe can make it, but maybe not. Will they actually from Panther Fire? Catch whiffed it so much. Oh, what a day. Maybe he survived.
Oh my god, but can he survive long enough? Because like the position though so open. Team Iraq has been spotted down maybe, and a lot of shots happening, and also got maybe out of the game now. Indonesia eliminated in the 11th position. Not a good situation for them, because like not only this eliminated in the 11th position, they only got 2 elimination points.
Well, maybe not.
Yeah, maybe not.
For now, it's maybe not for now. Close enough, but you know what? Close enough is always a good start for day number 1. Back to the other team who's down to 5 on the 5th circle, but still 10 teams remained. As the South Korean player is still going to stay with the Shaq. We're looking over to Kazakhstan being very naughty, trying to bait them out with that buggy. But it's going to be 2 men in that buggy. It's going to be Tik and also 6 trying to rotate around, but Tik couldn't take the shot. He couldn't take the hit. Just jumping down. It's going to be Maldives and Egypt versus the side of Kazakhstan.
Oh my god, but Krona though has been spotted down so open, but Krona managed to save himself for now. But Tik has already know the position, but the other side, Turkey, really punishing a lot of teams now, a lot of players, and just like that, Turkey has been pocketed the 6th elimination point.
Oh my, the Turkish team right now on the steamroll, just getting themselves the highest elimination points, high kill volume, at number 1 spot, 4 men well and alive. Well, we do have those teams coming out from the edge of the blue zone, including the South Korean team right now. While Solkid just going to prone down and just making sure he hides within the smoke. The rest of them are trying to do a lot of work, toxing, taking on Krona. The Egypt being attacked by the Maldives. Lutz spots out both of them. Saudi Arabia coming up, stabbing from behind. Lutz, he still can reset. They can have another go, but will be given the space by Saudi Arabian team D7 with a mini 14 as Kaitan keep pressuring them with mates, tossing one into the other, and they are stuck in the rut for the Turkish team.
Oh my god, this is the bombarding movement that is being made by Saudi Arabia, but they need to be really extra careful because 1 man down, SK Tone now being knocked down, but the condition for Saudi Arabia is actually not really that bad because they still got a lot of bake-up happening, especially with those grenades. The rain of the grenades itself really messing around with Team Turkey, but Team Turkey still there with 1 man standing.
It's going to be really pressured by the side of the Turkish team. No mercy being shown at all by the Saudi Arabian. What a brutal play. Aggressive yet bold. Coming out from Dami. Here comes Cerebral PUBG game, but shitting out something within the smoke. Maybe the Sri Lankas will be the next target, even though they still have the Turkish team beside them. But it's going to be 2 teams attacked by the side of Saudi Arabia. Now they want for more. They're going to down to Solkay for the side of Turkey. Can he clutch this for the entire team of Turkey? Just next to Prestige, and that's spotted him out. My goodness me, he's been saved by the cloud of smokes. So okay, he can just backstab Precious from behind.
Oh my god, is this it? Is this it? The backstab, the grenade has been tossed towards the players from Saudi Arabia. The second grenade though, and this is opening up the Soulcast position actually, but Saudi Arabia got their damage from South Korea itself, but that's it. Soulcast has been eliminated, not by Saudi Arabia, but by Sri Lanka.
There's also Koreans start to move towards the side of Dami on Saudi Arabian's team. Practice managed to reset a bit, then just gonna revive their teammates. In the meantime, the Brunei's been quiet. They still have 3 players, still we're down to 5 teams. It's gonna be 3v3, 2v2v2, and it's gonna be Iraq, Sri Lanka, Korea, Brunei, and Saudi Arabia for the last 5 teams in our 6th phase of a circle. In the middle of the road, we do have Iraq and Saudi sharing the same compound. Same goes for the Sri Lankans as well, but the others having a bit of elevation. They're having a great time taking a vintage point.
Exactly, but Sri Lanka though has been knocked down by Team Saudi Arabia now. Has been bombarded by Team Saudi Arabia through the smoke. And I know that SK-Ton has been spotted, the last man standing Amare from Sri Lanka. And now we have only 4 teams remaining. South Korea is gonna descending down from the hill itself. But Saudi Arabia, the opening now, the bold movement, but they got to pay that with 1 man, or not only 1, but 2 men knocked down, has been eliminated also. But Day 7 being the last man standing for Saudi Arabia.
A bit reckless coming up from Saudi Arabia's movement just now. It was unprecedented movement, and even there was a bit too much for them to handle to cross over the open road. Back to the side of Will. He's in the elevations. He got himself quite a few from up there. There's Egypt team below, and there's also Bruneians on his left side. Now, which poison will he pick? Will he pick 2v1 for the Korean side? They have 2 as well. Where is the other player for the South Korean? Brunei, they do have Shako. They do have Piasao to just scout over in a different angle entirely. While the Iraq players kind of stuck between the structures. They have to climb up, like it or not. They have to climb, but it's going to be a tough one. But for Saudi, can he survive there? Yeah, being eliminated from play zone. Here comes Shako, tossing out a couple of nades. Maybe not just yet. Just keep the fire on. Just keep on spraying for now, waiting for the Iraq to just walk right in the doorsteps.
Yes, and I think like 3 teams, Brunei, Iraq, and also South Korea, is gonna only wait for the enemy to do blunder movement, and along with that, also making some aggression towards Team Iraq. 1 grenade has been tossed, but not really that on point towards Reva himself. But Reva, though, little by little, he moves side to side from his side now towards his teammates. But South Korea still got will to defend the right area of the defensive area that South Korea got.
Less than 100 meters apart, maybe even less than 50 meters. Happens to be have 2 airdrops in between. Nobody gonna reach there so far. There's gonna be a bait. Piazza and Shako in different slopes of the hill, while we have Will on Korea's side do have a different angle entirely. Kalaga tried to climb up. They'll be fighting against each other. It's going to be Iraq versus Korea first. Now, will they be the 3rd party for Bruneians? Nobody given enough attention for them. Iraq, hop onto the buggy. Uriel to get down on Piazza first. Down to only 1 person. Can Shako do it for Brunei? Here comes Iraq. They want to be the 3rd person. They want to be the 3rd party. Will with the M416. Just gonna have a bit of a restart, boosting up himself to have the last push between these 3 teams here. Brunei resetting themselves to 2 men again. All equal odds here. 2v2v2 between Brunei, Iraq, and Korea. Reva cooking up the nade, hoping it will be a Kobe, but will it connect?
No, not yet, but I really love how Reva is actually like making or taking the advantage though. But South Korea losing 1 man from them, but only left with Uriel for now. Will 2 is gonna take as an elimination point for Team Iraq, and Team Iraq somehow able to climb the hill up.
Here comes a Molotov. Hoping it will burn out Shako. Another one being dropped. Reva keep pressuring him. Shako getting out on Galaga. It's down to only one more. Where is Korea? He's still at the steep of the slopes. He real just hiding himself out. My goodness me. It's going to be another reset for Iraq. He's still going to revive. Nobody tried to push forward. Shako. Just one more nade. They don't have nades anymore. They ran out of utilities. All they have is just boosters coming out from Shako. He wants to go for it. We can feel it. Here comes the last molly. And Uriel just gonna barricade himself with a minivan. My goodness. Where's the circle favoring? It's right in the center of everybody else.
Yes, no one is favored by the circle for now. And in 10 seconds, we're going to see the 9th, the final circle. And this is going to be like the final dance between 3 of the teams. And I really love how they really hang on their place for now, especially for Brunei. Brunei didn't even make a single initiative in terms of war towards the other 2 of the teams, Korea and also Iraq.
The calm before the storm. Piazza almost shredded his helmet. Might spot it out Uriel. He definitely knows. Uriel is there somewhere. The blue zone start to close in. Oh, Uriel. This is not Sunhawk. He's spotted out. Kalaga got it. It's not Piazza. Kalaga secure one more elimination in the last minute. My goodness, here comes Mono to Mono. 2v2. Shako. He's down. Down to Reva. Taking on one. And Brunei. What a fight. It was last minute 2v1. What a composure shown by the last 2 players of Brunei. What a game.
What a game. A lot of stalemate happening in the last game, in the closing game for today. But Brunei once again got their Miramar. This is like the second winner chicken dinner for Brunei. And it is happening in Miramar as well. Again. So yeah, we witnessing like the King of Erangel and as well as the King of Miramar for the first day. What a day.
Uriel trapped himself in the corner with a minivan. But in the meantime, the Iraq team got the advantage when it comes to the manpower, but they just couldn't push forward due to the terrain itself. Geographically speaking, it's just so hard for them to push up the hill if we compare with how the Brunei's placed themselves just now. But what a perfect execution done by the last member, Piazza, of the Brunei Darussalam team.
Yeah, they deserve this a lot. They deserve this win a lot because like we can see how calm they were in this game, especially in the last game. And with Iraq doing like some of the movements, some of the more aggressive movement than the other 2 teams remaining, that between Brunei and also Team South Korea. And after that, they got the chance, they got the opportunity to make things south for Team Iraq, and they executed it really well.
So far, the eliminations, nobody hitting the double digits yet. We do have an average of 5, 6, and 7 here. Egypt, Jordan, and Vietnam didn't secure any sort of eliminations in this round, but Vietnam, the only team, goes away with only nothing here.
Yeah.
And the rest of the team do actually get themselves at least 1 point in the back. But the thing is, if you notice in the last moment of the highlight just now, how the Team Iraq movement are just moving in the same direction of both of them. If you compare with the Bruneians just now, it's so different. Like, Shako was taking the heat and taking the bullet for the side of Piazza. And Piazza coming on a different angle entirely. What a nice coordination between the players. There's just something that you can achieve with a lot of trust.
Yeah, that is a perfect chemistry coming from Brunei in the last game or the last dance that we saw. You mentioned it, like how they really like doing the tag team really well, actually also. But after we see the result for the team in the last or the closing game for today, overall statistic here, longest distance elimination from Puncher, 475 meters. This is the highest so far.
Throughout the entire tournament, the highest we get is like 428. This is almost half a kilometer.
Yeah.
This is 500. I just rounded up 500 meters.
Yeah, 500 meters now.
What are you shooting with? Laser guns?
what actually Puncher did in the game, actually, oh my god. I'm actually like kind of curious. Puncher being puncher towards like all of the enemy. But this is it, the MVP of the match, Uriel from South Korea, collecting 4 total elimination points with 660 damage and also heals only about 260 average survival time, of course, until the end, 26 minutes and 47 seconds. Uriel, congratulations.
And you know what? He survived so long by himself.
Alone.
It's a very lonely road.
Yeah.
And it's not a happy one. Back to our top 4 teams when it comes to Miramar in our last match of day number 1 there. Definitely Brunei. When it comes to Miramar, they are the kings by far. But if you compare with Iraq, Saudi, as well as Korea, they've been playing so well up to this point. Look at their utilities. Everybody got themselves quite a number to be used here.
Yeah, look at that total damage as well. Saudi Arabia and also South Korea is actually having a number higher rather than Team Brunei himself. So that's why we can see from this Saudi Arabia and South Korea actually very aggressive in this last game or the closing game. So yeah, really well played for all of the teams that playing for this day. How can you wrap things up for the first day, Choo Choo?
I know, we're not going to wrap things up. We're not done yet. We're going to jump straight into day 2.
Oh yeah, let's go then. On to the 6th game for now.
It feels so fast. It feels so fast today.
Is it right? Is it right?
It feels the games are so good up to the point that we don't feel it's long at all. There's always fight every single minute, every single second.
Yeah, from the earliest time of the game itself. So yeah, it's been like quite a lot of fun that I can watch in terms of the game itself in this past 5 games, and I cannot really wait what is gonna happening for tomorrow as the second day, because after this day, after today, the first day, I believe that a lot of teams is gonna like have a really big evaluation going on around them. So the evaluation is gonna be like the weapon for them to be better tomorrow.
Now, what's most important is gonna be overall rankings. Now, I have a feeling when it comes to Miramar tomorrow, Brunei team, be careful.
Yeah.
You have bullseye behind your back. You're gonna be a target. Same goes for Chinese Taipei and Vietnam, maybe even when it comes to Irango. So when it comes to Sanhok, is still sort of a wild card game, but Vietnam actually we just have Sanhok once per day anyway. So I mean, like, the teams right now, if they got themselves in the top spot, I have a feeling tomorrow will be very different because a lot of teams will try to take them down.
Exactly. That's why they need to be really extra careful for them for tomorrow. And tomorrow is gonna be like a whole different story. I can say, because a lot of team has learned their lesson. And while we're waiting for the overall leaderboard, who do you think is gonna be like the king of leaderboard for now?
I mean, like, based on performance as well as position and rankings, I'm feeling Brunei might actually get themselves in top. Definitely they are top. I mean, like, maybe number 1 or 2 because they are aggressive. They are good in positioning. So if you compare with Chinese Taipei, who's actually... never mind, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chinese Taipei. You are taking number 1 spot with 1 point shy.
Yeah.
Only 1 point difference.
Wait.
Okay.
You know what? Wait.
That's a fake one.
That's a fake one.
That's
sorry.
a fake one.
We're sorry, everybody. We're gonna have the updated version for now in terms of total point.
I heard the uproar from the players. Everybody's like, oh, you know the uproar. Just now, that was right just now. And when my manager calculated, he said that was actually right. But you know what? That might be just as close when it comes to first, second place. Imagine if we all 3 days and the final day, the point will be not that much difference.
Only one point.
If this first and second 1 point different, that's going to be $20,000 of costing that 1 point.
Yeah, that was a nightmare for them actually. But here it is. Actually, in terms of Chinese Taipei and Team Brunei, there are nothing different in terms of total points. 62 for Chinese Taipei and Team Brunei 61.
Wait. Look at this. Chinese Taipei, Brunei, and Turkey, all three of them having the same elimination numbers. The only difference is going to be the rank point. If you compare with the Jordans, they are way better when it comes to positioning because they got the most position ranking. It's just difference when it comes to elimination.
Yes. 15 total elimination, only been pocketed by Jordan. But I'm gonna look for Team Indonesia now. Well, we're gonna like rewind that later on.
Yeah, but also if you guys notice about the overall rankings right now, the Kazakhstan team is actually the most aggressive one. Even though it's just 1 point shy, but it's still a point anyways, right? So Kazakhstan getting themselves the most elimination points by 29 points. And the rest of them just 28. So it's safe to say right now, I'm sorry Chinese Taipei, 对不起, okay? 你们还不错. So basically what I said, I'm sorry, you guys are awesome. So basically,
you are.
They are, the teams up there are the teams right now in the first, they balance out positions and eliminations. They can get both.
Yeah, exactly. And that is, ladies and gentlemen, the result of the first day. What an amazing day, up and down. I can see from the very starting of the day today. It's been fun.
It's been incredible. I mean, like, I'm in awe. Like, look at how the team's going full all out. PMGC team or not, who cares? Here, everybody have a clean slate.
Yeah, actually. So, well, we're gonna have a look once again for overall rankings. It's only like the difference between the flag because like the previous one is having a little bit of a glitch in terms of the flag as well. But Indonesia though, 14th place for now. 22 total elimination point. They got a little bit of a hard work for tomorrow, I believe.
And also same goes for Egypt. Come on guys, yell love for Egypt players because they are the only team with single digit so far in the overall ranking. The only team with 6 right now, a lot to catch up to do. And same goes for Sri Lankan players. They're having the double digit, but the only team that's not reaching the 20s yet. If you compare with the first and second page, look at how big the difference is right now. Halfway up to the 9th place, just around 30 points almost from Vietnam to Taipei's difference, Chinese Taipei's difference, if you look at back-to-back between these 2 pages.
Yes, exactly. But talking about Team Egypt, though, the group stage, they placed 8th actually, and they played even though in the first games of the group stage they didn't really make a big of a movement or a big of a gameplay, but the later game is actually making a big impact towards Team Egypt.
That's true.
Yeah, and I cannot really wait to see Egypt's action actually tomorrow, because for today, talking about Egypt, they're still strong, but in terms of the rotation, they are quite unfortunate.
Yeah, a bit peculiar if you ask me regarding the position sometimes. A bit odd, but sometimes maybe that's them adjusting. But also the only team that getting themselves a chicken in the second position is going to be Vietnam team. Now, I have a feeling that tomorrow is going to be very different, but I think that's it. We have to wrap things up for our first day.
Yes, and because of that, and just like that, after we see the overall result, overall rankings, we're going to toss it back to our amazing host, which is Mas Gerso, Mas Geri Eka. Take it away.
Thank you once again, Chuchu and Dona Fiska. And that's it, everyone. All of the match for today. Day 1, Grand Final of PUBG Mobile on IESF 14 World Esports Championship has been played. And as you know from the table, Chinese Taipei is the leader in Day 1. So, before we close the event of the day, I would like to inform you that this event can be held by support from our government sponsors. So thank you once again to Kemenparekraf, Kemenpora, KONI, and OC Indonesia, and of course, wonderful Indonesia. That's it for today. So we're going to meet again at tomorrow, still on day 2, Grand Final PUBG Mobile on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. But for our Indonesian fellow over there, I have one question. If yesterday we were talking about ayam, today we're going to talking about buah. So buah-buah apa yang bikin semua talent PUBG Mobile termasuk saya senang dan gembira? Tidak tahu? Jawabannya adalah buah. Kita selesai lebih cepat. Thank you once again. I'll see you around, guys. Goodbye.
It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world.